Okay, I am here. My ISP is doing the thing extra hard. I was I was checking on some stuff and seeing if there's anything I can do. So I can't. But yes, Kevin, I know it's tragic. This fucking cat woke me up once an hour the entire night. I'm in shambles, honestly. The cleansing flames counter ticked up from me typing my go live tweet. So, today, cleansing flames, chaos 100 intense. Now, -1, nice. You might think that this is torture, that this is a meme, that this isn't gonna work. But I spent entirely too long messing around with different setups in the Chaos Chamber at C100 last night, and I was like, hang on, this kind of cooks. This is kind of fun. Um, so we've got a working Cleansing Flames build, and I want to stress test it further in a playthrough. I haven't tried it against, like, some of the content, but in theory it should be fine for almost all of it. Now, there's a couple things that I may allow myself to use ranged damage dealing methods for. Like for Bernadette and the phase of drill where he's far away. I might allow myself Storm Dragon's Judgment, maybe. But for Bernadette, I'll definitely have to either use Storm Dragon's Judgment or um, Stab-O-Matic. I almost called it Face Puncher. But yeah, this is going to be 99% Cleansing Flames playthrough. It's Work versus our Queen? No. I hate you. That's what you were talking about last night in Runes chat? Yeah. But yeah, how we doing, everybody? Pup T, Roddy, Craft Knight, Itsukato, Dex, Hazel. Been pretty hard if we're spoken to pre-order or not, whom I can pre-order. I hope that my system can run it well. I doubt its ability to run it and stream it, but we'll see what happens. I don't know if it'll be a stream game for me or not. Hey Huntress, hey Kitty. Soccer. I think I got everyone. Ooh, ISP's doing the thing extra hard today. Yeah, so fair warning, stream quality is going to be a little, questionable. Nothing I can do about it. It's like a thing in my area. It's become more widespread. Bad ISP. Anyway. So I'm also trying out something else today. That might skip dialogue. It's a little homebrew way of possibly having dialogue skip. This title fills me with hatred, as it should. So as per usual, once I get control, I will open my inventory and explain the build, and then we will do the thing. But the Forspoken demo combat was too much chaos for me, I think. Oh no. Okay, so in cutscenes like this, you still have to wait the appropriate amount of time. But I don't have my dialogue muted. I did a thing, so this might allow for dialogue to not be present during the actual run, but we'll see what happens. Don't scroll dialogue skip? No. No, it's the thing. It's the thing, Dex. It's the thing. This will be oddly quiet. Fred is just kind of aggressively pantomiming things. It's so peaceful. Trying it out as a journey for us all? Yeah.
I'm not really here to be a hero.
Ah, the player can still talk.
Just killing time until death's sweet embrace.
I forgot to change my voice type for this playthrough. Oh well. I get to hear this voice again. I was thinking if it didn't work out, we go Japanese one run. I'm down. Japanese Tina voice actors goes hard. Goes so hard. Okay, let me make some space too. I don't need everything I have here. I can go to, and we'll drop that one. Okay, so. This thing you can really do? Yeah. Just, yeah. We are Claw Stalker, which is Claw Stabbo, as per usual for melee sort of things of the Clawbringer variety. We've gone down to Alchemical Agent. I'm pretty sure everyone expected that. We've got 2 in Awe in the skill tree, and then Indomitable. I've made some specific choices here. We have max dedication for the cooldown here, and that's important. This is a cooldown stacking setup of sorts, more so than you'd usually see. Any notable VAs in the Japanese cast? I haven't looked. But if you look at my hero points, I have max attunement, and I have the plus attunement background. I maxed strength, and then the remainder are over in wisdom. And the gear is spicy. It's spicy. This is a mod we get New Game Plus. I've used a save editor to alter my quest state to simulate New Game Plus. We're using a Bronco Buster. Probably haven't seen this used in a while. We're not doing Cursed Wit, Body Rune, none of the staples. We're doing a Bronco Buster, specifically a non-chaos tiered Bronco Buster. Reason being, if you're a long-time Lands game fan, you might know the Band of Sidorak or the Cracked Sash. Same concept here, high percentage uptime of being full. We've also got a brimming part. So while this thing is full, we regenerate 10% of our health per second. That is good, sustainable healing. And if we are below half of our HP on top of that, it's 15% when all three of those effects are on. But also, since the Bronco Buster has such good uptime on being full, we get good uptime on dedication, which is 30% cooldown. Doesn't sound like a lot. In most situations, isn't a lot. But for what we're doing here, it is. Because we have a Theurge with a double cooldown roll. Yes, we didn't go status damage. We didn't go all damage. We went cooldown here. Because with this amount of cooldown, we can really get a lot more Cleansing Flames activations, and it enhances the gameplay loop a lot. Hey, J-Bridge. Waited all my life for Bronco Buster, the one and only time I'm a Bronco fan. Inflammation. An 8 charge inflammation. You see where this is going. Inflammation Theurge. So we can just cast Inflammation until our bonk is back. But it goes a layer deeper. After getting a melee kill, refresh 1 spell charge on a pickaxe. Now, I set the pickaxe to level 1 specifically so that it just doesn't do enough damage to steal kills. We're not really going to be using it for anything other than triggering our caustic hilt. But, you see how this works. We bonk, it gives us back spell charge. Spell charge gives us back bonk. We heal from this as long as we don't take damage for 1.1 seconds. Then we got a Brutal Stampede with melee damage, crit chance, area damage, all damage, melee crit chance. 3 in Awe, 2 in Oath of Thunder. Shell Casing Ring, triple crit chance roll. And Demon Blight with duration on 3 different dots. But the way we get our Brutal Stampede stacks is we have a Fear Not Shrike. This is not a pixie. This is also level 1 so that it doesn't do damage. It applies melee crossbolts for us and counts towards our Brutal Stampede stacks, which gives us damage and crit chance. Crit chance is alchemical agent consistency. We hold this Spriggan when we bonk. We keep it at less than half mag to keep shell casing at max. So a lot of our gameplay will be throwing Fear Knots and then switching to this, hitting action skill, and then switching back. Stab-O-Matic for emergencies, Tootherator for when we want to debuff bosses a little bit harder. And these two both have the companion heal on reload enchant to keep our Wyvern alive, so we get that extra stack of Brutal Stampede with consistency. So the gameplay is, we throw these, we hold this, we hit action skill, and we inflammation until we can do it again, while running around very fast. Now, obviously, we also get all the cool explosions from inflammation. Inflammation having a dot as well is just really good because we have a good amount of status investment. It works out very well. It's a good time. Is this curse shit how late you spent optimizing this? I was working on it for like 3-4 hours. I was only up till like 1. You're good at sticking big words together. It sounds smart. Trying to write an essay for a scholarship. Don't even know what an essay is. That makes sense. It's a sales pitch. Essays are, you're writing on a topic, but you're selling your point of view or your experience or you're talking yourself up. You're always selling something. So, I'm going to start the timer once we're out of the inventory. And then we're going to be bonking things and stuff and things. It's gonna be weird not hearing all the dialogue.
Everything crumbles to dust. Even
An essay detailing why you want to be an aesthetician and how you plan to use those skills to get back to underserved communities. I don't get it. Like who are you gonna help out? Who wants to know? It's like, are you gonna give discount makeovers to
right. But I can totally see
people
myself
below the poverty
with
line?
this.
Shit like that. That's the question. No length limit or anything like that. So this is where you would insert things like if you have a background where, I don't know, if doing nails and whatnot helps get you through some economic hard times other than it being, you know, your paycheck. If it was a good source of comfort or something. Talk about that kind of thing. You're trying to build a human connection here. It's a sales pitch. You're selling you as a person. You're selling your personality. So yeah, this seems to be working, Dex.
Forgotten Shrine. Those are the best ones.
Yeah, this seems to work.
This thing has seen a lot of death.
Like, I'm not having to wait the length of the actual voice line. The stuff's just happening.
Gee, I wonder if the evil bad guys beneath that foreboding castle. What a twist that would be.
So trauma dump? Unironically, yes. But, like, sanitize it a little bit. I probably don't need to throw the Furior as much for this part.
Man, real power.
Look at that, we're killing. Trauma dump with a happy ending or hopeful. Yeah, that's good advice. It was yesterday, so they didn't know the cleansing flames animation. I don't know. This is so weird. It's weirdly quiet. This is where me being a streamer that doesn't play music or anything comes to bite me, I guess.
Welcome.
I could have more optimal parts on this inflammation. Like, I don't necessarily need 8 charges, and the cooldown part would probably be better as a crit part, I think.
Finally, spells or like out of my mind.
Morning, Foster. That's why we have Alchemical Agent. 'Cause that happens.
Ugh, this isn't.
Amazing at writing essays. I've never had to do a rough draft, final draft. Never knew those diagrams English teachers teach you about. Just one of those brains can just go. That's good. You laughing at my self-roast about the music thing, Puppy? How dare you? How dare you, as someone with good taste in music, who actually uses it? dare you say that to me?
One more for the soul spire.
Oh, Cleansing Flames hitbox moment. See how that guy just didn't take damage? Because they didn't get hit. Is my inventory full again already? Holy shit. I don't need any of those.
Okay, this is more like it. Magic time.
I'm starting a playthrough, or not. Mass Effect? Nah, I didn't end up doing that. I fell down the Wonderlands challenge run rabbit hole. Burning, but I'm cleansed, Aetrus.
I love
Get a hitbox miss counter. I guess maybe I could turn down the level of this inflammation. It is getting more kills than I thought it would, but that is a early game issue. It'll be really satisfying. It is really satisfying. Like, getting to activate it so frequently does a lot for the desirability factor. Morning, Jules. No, I went down mid-swing. That's so tragic. There we go. I was trying to fully debuff so we could get the one-shot, but greed. Morning, Vlad. How are you skipping the dialogue? Deleted a file. Hey, Thumb, thank you for the 18 months. You know, you know. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sneaky, sneaky quag with your arcane tricks. Use Cleansing Flames. Just do it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. Legal quick.
Mekaletska hinny ho. If ya know, ya know.
If ya know, ya know. Why does text-to-speech say it with a little bit of soul? A little bit of spice? Hey, control. Which one is that some TOS thing? You know, I don't know if I'm in the clear for that or not. The Dex can tell you. Oh, look how fast that clear was. That was so smooth. It's gonna be so much faster because of the lack of dialogue, but I'm okay with that. Kumbaya. I don't know what people argue about on Twitter. No, I don't. So the cool thing about the gameplay you're seeing for these basic enemies, you can achieve that without the alchemical agent stuff. Like, you could do Hammer Zerker, for example, and get even more spam. It's just your damage would then fall off a cliff when you get to bosses. Alchemical agent is for the bossing. So you're gonna have to run them all again with dialogue, skip, have apples to apples.
Wow.
Dust off that barrage again. Why do you hate me?
Stuffy rulebook covers. Cool, right? But they're from the Dragon Lord. If I covered this place in skeletons, it would be way cooler.
Oh, not having to wait for the Fantasy 4 is so much faster. I guess we might still have to wait for... I guess we do have to wait. Or unless this locks here. Wait a few more seconds to see what happens. Because Mike isn't doing anything. You know, there's a station right here. I'm gonna... Mike, you're not doing anything? Okay. We'll save cut. See what happens. Lost for words. It's up to his codpiece in Cleansing Flames. No doubt, I was gonna highlight just how long these sections are. True. Possible to do dialogue removal in BL3 so I can finish the game. There's multiple mods created to do that for you, Moongirl. They exist. Ah, so now we know we just save quit there. So grab the first one, save quit, grab the second one. Cool.
You're welcome! Oh, yeah! This is what I was made for. Great day for that.
So satisfying. Ouch.
I'm the only one who reaps around here.
How'd you get Cleansing Flames to do work C100 without the general consensus? It just wasn't strong enough for a bunch of reasons. It is melee damage, so you can get it to do enough damage. We already knew you could do that with extreme investment, but the trick is having that investment while also having good cooldown, while also having good survivability, while also having the mobility to get in range, and then being willing to deal with the frustrating hitboxes. Threw together an alchemical agent-oriented setup, and I tested a bunch of cooldown options and damage options, and ended up at something I'm satisfied with.
Thanks for the hug, Dad. Let's do it again soon.
Love this nonsense. Errorius, thank you. Our ability seems a bit lacking though, perhaps. You should look at my HP total and my shield total, and then look at my chaos level, if the bitrate allow you. I know it's stuffed. Basically, I'm running a Bronco Buster, which has 1200 capacity, and then I have 5000 HP, so this is no constitution investment. My survivability is through health regen. Also, this is Chaos 100 Intense. The highest damage enemies can do. Survivability is pretty good, all things considered. The way I live is by making the frequency of me taking damage go down, because it only takes 1.1 seconds for my shield regen to kick in. But when my shield's full, I get a ton of healing. See how fast my health jumped there? So, it's dodge tanking, basically. I hit a barrel there, so that's why I went down.
Me? 1. Life? 0.
Where we're going, kid, we won't need health. Enemy? It's you.
Who's the evilest of them all? Me.
How many times you tell them you're pro-aboltion of damn international union, police keeps calling for donations. They're worse than the car warranty people. I'm sorry, Nunu. Delicious hammer slams. They're so satisfying, aren't they? We're zooming in this section in 20 minutes. Feels good. So originally I was doing this with Frostburn to directly get my Brutal Stampede stacks from there, but I figured, hey, I could just use an Inflammation and spam it more for better cooldown, and then when I need Brutal Stampede, I can just throw strikes. Unfortunately, this animation lockout bug still sometimes happens. Going into photo mode fixes it, though.
Love my job.
Well, it's heavily gear dependent. Extremely. You can get the core cooldown interactions working with minimal stuff. You just need a Theurge with a cooldown roll. At least one cooldown roll. And an Inflammation. That's how you get the spam ability that you're seeing right now. Now the damage, that requires getting some pretty specific gear to get high crit chance. And then on top of that, you also need damage rolls. It's pretty forgiving in the Annoyed department, I guess. Or Enchant. I've been playing BL3, so I'm back to saying Annoyance again. I'm not really making heavy use of the armor right now, and the armor is the most specific thing in this setup.
Wanna
So,
hang out at my place and listen to the screams of the damned on an outdated music player?
maybe a little less gear dependent than I expected it would be. Some frames deal damage? Yeah. This is what I mean when I always say that Cleansing Flames is better than Barrage, because Barrage struggled at C50, Cleansing Flames is easily doing C100. Now granted, I could make Barrage struggle less at C50 if I, loosen the restraints a little bit on challenge restrictions. But even all out on a Barrage build just feels like shit on 100. Cleansing Flames is just buttery smooth. I will say this is still, like, worse than Storm Dragon's Judgment. Like, I could do everything I'm doing here, just swap the fire bonuses for lightning bonuses, and just do this with Storm Dragon's Judgment, and get a hammer throw every 2 seconds. But this is fun. How gear dependent is this? A bit less than I expected, but fairly gear dependent. There's a few specific things being used to solve the cooldown issue, a few specific things being used to solve the damage issue, and a few specific things being used to mitigate the survivability issue a bit. Hey Rabbit, how you doing? Been a minute. Hope things are good. Blank Slate be good is almost always no. True. Blank Slate be good here for the ability damage. Cleansing Flame's not good ability damage. So Cleansing Flames is 2 instances of damage. It is a melee hit, and then it is an ability Nova. The ability Nova is absolute trash. And it shares the same fate as almost everything that's ability damage, in that ability damage sources that are not double dips in this game do not hold up well. Now, Feral Surge can sort of get around that because it's got an instant kill threshold. But like, look at Barrage. It sucks. Dire Sacrifice, high threshold of investment required, and eventually does fall off as well. Blizzard sucks. Etc., etc. Can I get this damage on a Blight Knight? In mobbing, yes, but you don't have Alchemical Agent, so your bossing would be worse. Oh, ISP doing the thing. Love to see it.
You think I'm cute?
So much I love Spore, Barrage, and Blizzard hot trash. Spore Warden is, like, I don't like ranking things, you know, but if you were to force me to rank the classes in this game, Spore Warden is in last place. It's got the most action skill related problems. It's got the least build diversity enabled by its skill tree. It's got a couple skills that are just straight up bad with no use cases. Or nearly no use cases. Why is not a Game Boy Color? Mm-hmm. Is considered one of the best trees at launch. Wasn't by Theory Crafters.
More than you deserve. You gotta take me skeleton shopping with you next time. That one's so lucky.
Something cutie idiot. See who needs dialogue. Any news about this game? Think Gearbox stopped supporting it? They've not said anything either way. We have no idea what Gearbox is doing right now. Over the last few years, Lands fans have kind of been eaten well, right? Like, since BL3 announcement, or BL3 release date reveal, I should say, there's just been a constant stream of Lands game news. This is the biggest lull we've had since, before that. The jumping hits are just so good.
You're welcome. We get it. Powers of good have cool magic too. Wow.
Simulations range further than it looks. Slightly. Inflammation? Yeah, slightly. Nerf PTA and Wrath. PTA was buffed. It was not nerfed. PTA was buffed. And Wrath nerf is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things.
Hey, who is that? I'm the scary one here.
I remember from launch people talking about Wrath of Nature and Play the Angles, how good it was. Doesn't mean it's how things actually are. I mean, at launch people were talking about how trash Clawbringer is. And launch Clawbringer had Awe, the best crit character tool they've ever given us. Launch Awe was nuts.
Fate does not
But also Storm Dragon's Judgment,
Fate brings us together.
which has never been changed, so it's always been as strong as it is now. Thought the Nightshade SMGs were the best SMGs. A lot of people still think that.
I love my job.
Juicy health regen. Big bonk.
The alive thing is clearly not working for you.
What are best SMGs now? For overall use, White Rider, Shadowfire have the most diversity in use cases. Fragment Rain is a good shout for mobbing on gun builds.
That
Mind?
was
They did use air quotes,
hell damn fun.
and that's important.
Do that to living people
Or
too.
not air quotes, you know, quotes. Air quotes like it's the actual conversation. I think Alchemical's strongest skill in the game. I don't know if I could say that, but it's definitely one of them. Single strongest, I hesitate to quantify it that way, but it's one of them. Hey Jester, how are you? Yeah, Rabbit, I'm not a fan of snow and snowy weather.
It sets up
Hey,
a
Valentine's Day
fire
suggestions for
day.
competition will fit
That
that length.
right?
I don't know, pink and hearts always works. Me speedrun, me no thank. Yeah, Shadowfire is a superior SMG that applies a very large status effect on Dot and has a really cool pillar of fire effect. Rolls in either fire or dark magic. Do I need to save code for this?
I'm not thrilled
No,
about
okay.
being perceived by the public and
Remember that one being mid?
but
They've balanced things over time.
I guess.
They gave the Shadowfire a very large buff. in... When was the Shadowfire buff, chat? June?
Either or.
I think it was June, so 3 months into the game? Shadowfire is one of the best Chucks in the game. And Chucks as a whole are just good. Audience is Miami Girls, something bougie but unique. Not my area of expertise. No, I'm joining my drinking game. It's pretty good every time Rabbit says Pookies, you drink. Drink responsibly, aka don't play that game.
Only because they were lame skeletons. I'm gonna make my own cooler skeleton soon. Way cooler.
I wonder if we'll get something on the game's 1-year anniversary. Probably get a tweet at least. Maybe some skeleton keys, something like that. Be wary of ascribing too much meaning to game anniversaries, especially when it comes to LANs games. I remember for the 2-year Borderlands 3, community got it in their heads that, oh, we're getting a Trant takedown! And then they absolutely shat themselves in rage when it didn't happen. Like, it was never even promised. But, like, temper those expectations. We're getting Sir Trant takedown, Pog. Could still be coming. When's the anniversary? March 25th. Trant takedown because they buffed the Trants. Uh-huh.
Pyramid. Love that place. Great vibes. Wait, no, I'm thinking of the Obsidian Hate Cathedral. What's the pyramid? I know Miss Goody.
Did the TDR reload, rework in BL3 make chucking suck in BL3? No, it just made you have to be more selective. TDR chucks in BL3 are still very good. There's just a few of them that are no longer desirable. But TDR is so powerful that even with a 50% chuck reduction to the chucks that deal damage that way rather than shooting bullets, such as the Baby Maker, it's still like one of the top end manufacturers. I'm not going to say the nerf was necessary, but like, still shits on all over most of the manufacturers, even with the nerf. So. I guess fast traveling to Overworld would be faster here, but... Last patch I recall clearly is the whatever the fuck this game's Tizzy is called. There's no Tizzy in this game. If you mean Skulldugger Pistol, Liquid Cooling, which is almost nothing like the Tizzy. Also, the Tizzy is bad and has always been bad. Liquid Cooling is good, and guess what? Has always been good. Once again, the Liquid Cooling change was an example of people shitting themselves in rage over what they saw on a page without actually going and trying. Liquid Cooling remained viable. But then again, Wonderland's balance cycle is something where you had content creators raging and burning bridges over 2% damage losses. So like... Hey Perak, how you doing? Come on. Come to me. Wasn't even close. Wasn't scared.
I'm staying alive. Taste the void.
Only nerfed in this game, never buffed. Still in one of my, like, it's still in my top 5 favorite Twitter moments that I got blocked for saying that people who use calculators weren't upset about the ring balance hotfix. That's still, mwah. Goes working on stuff and stuff. You doing well. Enjoying Cleansing Flames. You made it work. Hitbox moment. Okay, Buildcraft on console. I think the reference there is item acquisition at the time on console was especially rough. It's gotten a lot better. We have the C100 update to thank for that. But it is still easier on PC than on console. But it is definitely better on console now than it was. Like, a lot better. Remember when teachers told us we could use calculators on tests because you won't always have a calculator with you? You imagine? Peg leg and good for melee, its effect at C100. Peg leg effect is good for builds that don't really use their melee weapon for anything else. Like, if you want some move speed and reload speed on a gun build, it's not a bad thing to have. I wouldn't use it in an actual melee build, though. Poglog. Or when they took 2/3 your entire damage up. People still die on that hill. It's fucking crazy. I remember this thing that never happened.
So dank and creepy.
Yes?
I'm buried in my own grave. I love it.
Attack. Still wild to me that, you know, the ring hotfix day is, they did a balance pass on the ring slot. They balanced 10 or 12 of them. Majority buffs. They in fact had a couple hidden buffs that didn't make it to the notes, but even without those hidden buffs, it was still majority buffs. And people absolutely lost their fucking minds over tiny nerfs because they don't understand how numbers work.
Have you tried, like, playing the loot? Not to get in the way of your plan to keep hitting stuff with it. That seems to be working great. One more for the soul's fire!
A lot of personal connection to mood rings, like they're in a relationship with them. It really was that intense. Like, it's not even like mood rings weren't desirable after the change either. Like, they didn't lose that much. Some people actually thought, I lost 150% of my damage. You know that's not how numbers work, right? It couldn't be reasoned with. Couldn't be reasoned with. Mr. Juice. Mr. Glenn. I did eventually get that shiny Whooper, by the way. I couldn't sleep last night, so one of the times my cat woke me up, I was like, fuck it, I'll shiny hunt. And I went and got the Whooper. Now I got the shiny Clodsire. I got it all EV trained and stuff. So weird, but then I'm a practical person. That's the thing, Hazel. It ties into that persistent conversation we've had a lot lately about how negativity has further reach. People want to, like, commiserate over just being fucking angry with people. And they'll look for any opportunity to do it. So even if it's over literally nothing, that instant emotional response gets fed by people with platforms. And that's where people will find other people who are just trying to be fucking angry. And then it'll spiral. And nobody there knows what the fuck they're talking about, but that doesn't matter because they're operating on emotion and not logic. And those kind of people would never admit they're wrong, so they will take the option to just pretend like they were right the entire time and never admit that they overreacted. Don't need to do that, Huntress. If I was naming names, I would name names. I have no interest in doing that. Don't need to go there. Shooting in a Schluter, not in my Wonderland. I wonder if I can make the Theurge BL2 just to set on Grenade Throw. That'd be so sick. Hitbox moment. Yeah, don't use Cleansing Flame on stairs. It doesn't work. Maybe from the downward angle. Yeah, alright. You can use it on stairs if you're above them. This has been science with Quag. Fox missed 2. It's been more than 2, Dex. It's been like 4 that I can think of. Or do you Claptrap? You guys have the same thought there, huh? Irish and Dex. Xbox moment number 5.
Time to put someone in a cast. Back to work.
Anything, it might have to be a unique grenade. I'd be down. Banshee should be pretty easy. Flesh health bar. We'll just make sure we get enough Thrall stacks. Or not Thralls, enough Stampede stacks. Easy. Easy! Look at that. Cleansing Flames W. Explain the Spriggan for the setup. Spriggan is one of 2 Hyperius SMG types that can roll 40% melee damage. Now there are only a couple weapon types that can roll 40% melee, them being Hyperion SMGs, or Hyperius SMGs and Skulldugger pistols. Hyperius SMGs are preferred because they have conventional ammo, meaning I can keep my ammo low for shell casing ring. It's the Psycho Stabber of this game. Why it's low mag? I keep it at low mag for shell casing ring. Never seen this bug before? I have. It happens when you kill Banshee too quickly during certain phases. She was just starting her jump rope mechanic and she died to a dot, so it didn't remove the VFX. Cleansing Flames boss kill, never thought I'd see this day. Cleansing Flames C100 boss kill. Just we stuffed enough formula into it. Oh, and then SMG increases your melee damage? Yes.
It's that one.
Alright, so we get the best part of the game with the dialogue skip.
Ooh, all aglow.
I don't know how this is gonna play out.
Wait, what?
And more crit. We're not shooting, so the crit doesn't matter. It still kind of works. It still kind of works. I'm okay with this. He's facing the wrong way. But, you know, it still works. Probably blow up the ocean. Nah. He's not looking at the cool explosion. Oh, that makes him cooler! You're so right. Torg confirmed cooler when dialogue doesn't exist. Did I do this one on C100? Yeah, we one-tapped Banshee Micro with Cleansing Flames. It's just sacrilege. Give you a drawn-out dick. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I don't need to wait for you to do that.
Yeah, man, it turned into a rock. Not sure what to tell you.
Where's the clip? It was just like a minute ago. I don't know if anyone clipped. It was recent. The C100 challenge playthrough with Barrage, I would rather uninstall. So, do y'all agree with me that Barrage is the worst action skill after seeing all these challenge runs? Because, yeah.
More than you deserve.
Used Barrage on my first character, so did I. Barrage was the action skill I was most excited for before launch. My first character that I made, like back on my review copy of the game before launch, was a Spore Warden. Do a Blizzard challenge? I'd be open to doing Blizzard. Yeah, Blizzard could be cool. It would be better than Barrage, I can tell you that much. Yeah, we could probably do Blizzard next, actually. I'd playing like C25 or Barrage build be any fun. So with perfectly min-maxed gear and allowing myself to use things that I'm kind of like generally opposed to, such as the likes of Mosquito, Buffmeister, you know, those level of things. If you allow that stuff in the mix, you can do C100 and be fine. It won't feel good, but it'll feel fine. But if you don't use those top-end things, then it's just awful. Now, Blizzard is in a similar position damage-wise to Barrage. But the thing is that Blizzard has fewer systemic problems. Like, Blizzard doesn't monopolize your enchant slots, for example. Blizzard targets for you. Blizzard can target multiple enemies at once. Mosquito ever get nerfed? Yes, it's still top tier. It went from batshit busted insane to still arguably overpowered. I don't think it's even arguable, to be honest, but to a level where my willingness to use it has changed from never to if I have to. To put that in perspective, my stance on Pixies is still never.
And here's your
So.
snap.
Spore, now the two worst action skills, always has. Always has. So using the top tier gear you usually don't like to use would be just item student damage, would still be barrage damage. I mean, that's the thing, though, Denalio. Mosquito and Buffmeister are so powerful because they just kind of supplant whatever you're using. Like, what you're using doesn't really matter as much anymore because they'll just do their thing. Like, when I was first optimizing this build before I had some cooldown ideas, I was like, alright, I'll allow myself to use Buffmeister so I can at least zip around and it'll give me some damage. And I was testing it out on Cleansing Flames. And I was able to kill enemies with my level 1 melee weapon at Chaos 100, level 40,
That are so much more
with
accommodating.
Buffmeister on. A level 1 melee weapon was able to one-tap enemies because Buffmeister. What you use doesn't matter when you have Buffmeister and Mosquito. It just hits that hard. Am I? Last time I played this game, pixies are insane, still like that. Pixies have only ever been buffed in this game. Let's put it that way. They've only gotten stronger.
Remember it.
Like the B shield of this game? No. The B shield, while being overpowered and oppressive and having systemic consequences for the health of the game, was still overrated. If anything, Pixies, as monstrously disgusting as they are, Buffmeister, as monstrously disgusting as it is, universally recognized as being good as those things are underrated. People do not understand the gravity of how fucked Buffmeister is. Like, you can punch on C100, unequip your melee weapon, and kill with punches on a non-melee build if you use Buffmeister. Like... Buffmeister's my favorite class. And yes, as Jaybridge said, B-Shield actually had a downside. It had a gameplay loop. Wasn't much of a mitigating factor, but it was there. Because when you throw out all creativity for an entire category as well as they could have done. Buffmeister could have been, like, a spell type. It could have been a manufacturer. But they just made it one item. It's crazy. It's like, you know how BL3 has a ton of diverse class mod effects that are really interesting and have different use cases versus each other? What if they put all the effects on one class mod? That's Buffmeister. That is the closest comparison I can give.
I was being mean when I said bone brain before, but now I mean it.
Buffmeister's gameplay loop is sometimes there's 3 seconds to cool down. Very true.
To call them jump-a-leads before your mom.
B-Shield outside raid speed kills largely either overkill or not worth it. There's only 2 characters could benefit from overkill damage, while those characters' damage shield synergy be used largely overrated. Yeah, things can be both overpowered and problematic and overrated. Like, they can do both. B is an example of that. It happened again. That's 2 playthroughs in a row that same jump pad didn't work.
Ready to burn.
It was that same one, right? Yesterday? Yeah? Okay. I was paying attention this time. I thought I might have, like, fucked up yesterday. But no, it actually just sometimes fails. Having crazy launcher bugs for quite a while. Usually only in multiplayer. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well, Vlad. But I guess it happens in solo. Wanted a haste spell, not a haste spell, passive BL2 amp, plus 5 other things all at once. Exactly. Just try to remove any 2 items in this game, what would they be? Buffmeister? And as much as it pains me, because collateral damage... Can I be specific? Can I remove a roll from an item, or does it have to be the entire item itself? Well, let me ask that first. Because one is definitely Buffmeister. The other one depends on your answer to that question. Answer both ways if you want. Okay, so if I'm allowed to remove, like, a roll from an item, then I'd remove the Pixie roll from Fear Nots. Would be the second one. If I'm not, then I probably still just remove Fear Nots. Because as much as I enjoy Lightning Bolt and Shrike Fear Nots, and like all the other flavors, but primarily those two, my enjoyment of them is not worth the existence of Fear Not Pixies. I will take that trade. I will sacrifice what I love to get rid of what I hate. I barreled myself quite a few times there. You done characters like Axe Engage or Direct Synergy with B, it's largely overrated constant creators say I use BEP good and community just says, okay, this is the one truth and I accept no other. Yeah, same thing happened with Revolter in Borderlands 3. Now, people compare B and Revolter. They're incomparable other than taking up the same item slot and being vastly overrated for situations where they are not the most relevant thing. But, like, you'll commonly hear things like, oh, yeah, Revolter, best shield for everything. So good. Best thing in the game. Completely overpowered. Nerf. It's stronger than it needs to be, yes, but it's in the shield slot in Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3, the game with the most saturated shield slot. Like, it's got crazy good items. There's so many things that compete with Revolter. Even for direct damage dealing. Man, Cleansing Flames pleasant to use for playthrough. We one-shot Banshee. Like, we one-shot her. Obviously, alchemical moment, but, like, this shit goes crazy. And look at our cooldown. It's so speedy. I'm also using the Bronco Buster for survivability, like a true Giga Chad. It's alchemical, it can kill. It can kill without alchemical. It's just when it comes to a boss health bar, you're either going to need a lot more activations or alchemical. But back to the previous conversation topic, another thing that is extremely powerful, probably overpowered, yet still overrated, the Guardian Angel in Borderlands 3 gets so much heat. People love just shitting on the Guardian Angel whenever they see any kind of interesting boss melt. But here's the thing. Most of those strats existed before GA and would work without it. It's not the GA doing it. Like, people see Rackstab be like, oh, GA overpowered. They'll see Fish Slap killing things, they'll be like, GA overpowered. Yeah, where were you when people were doing that? Not even with the Psycho Stabber. People were doing that with the Fish Slap with regular guns in their hands. With a Fish Slap that was 18 levels under. Back when we had to use a level 57 one. Like, it always did what it did. G8 is nothing but help build variety. Exactly. It's, you know, again, the number is probably bigger on it than it needs to be. But it is not problematic. I'll give another example it's easy to understand. Hellwalker. Probably bigger number than it needs to be, but it's not overpowered. Hellwalker doesn't even make it into the top 10 shotguns if you were to, like, you know, gun to my head, force me to rank them. Hellwalker has 0 use cases where it's best in slot.
Okay, man, what's your real deal? Because Chartreuse definitely just called you Blood's 3-wood.
Inferno Wish is so cool. Yeah, Wish is great. This game from 10? Yeah, I agree. 69. Maybe even 420. Or as the cool kids say, 1337. Hey, Vocal. How's the Cleansing of Flames? Going really, really well. I think we still have to wait for the length of time for this. Yeah, we do. Tell by the guitar, even if there's no voice lines, the guitar still plays. I suppose it's a lute. I mean, they're holding a lute, but that's definitely a guitar we're hearing. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I used to shit on GA, refused to use it, finally tried to nade Flakfield Rails, how fun it was. Yeah, it just allows you to do unconventional playstyles. Of course, some people are going to do that cringe shit that people always do with crit swapping, but, like, you can't ever balance around people who are just going to bypass the systems to begin with. I maintain that's why shit like the Gold Rush should never have been touched, because they gutted the Gold Rush out of fear of people doing that, when that is not the uniform policy they use for other things of a similar stripe. Like, the gutted Gold Rush left GA alone. And they left the Root alone. And the Pyroburst alone. Like, that's very, very pick and choosy of you. Still feel some kind of way about that. We love stat sticks, we do. This build looks so satisfying, it's so much fun. Alright, here's how we boss. We get our strikes out for the crossbolts and for the stampede stacks. We get our caustic. And we big bonk. It's that easy. Nerf Gold Rush in a few days? Yeah. Very quickly. Roll Reversal. It's a fun class mod. troubleshooter at all good? No, but like I wouldn't call it bad either. It's just the gun's fine. You could use it when first gearing up a gun build, use it in a playthrough, deemed an arms race. It's good for that kind of stuff. But it's one of those completely unremarkable ones. It's kind of like, hey, that's a neat effect. Hey, Dogman. Bonk alone not strong enough for C100? It's plenty strong. We're just using supporting things. The guns you're seeing me chuck are to debuff. The spell you're seeing me use is to refresh my cooldown. Cleansing Flames is doing the work here. It is the workhorse. Come on, ISP. Got me? Yeah, you kinda got me. Ugh. Strongest build in your own opinion? How do we define strongest? Here, Fisher. Because there's a couple metrics by which I would quantify, like, a build for that question. But, what's your definition? Or do you want me to just give answers for each of the ways I personally measure? Look at that. That was so satisfying. A 3-piece with Cleansing Flames.
War for the culling.
Me. Giga Chad Pup T. Strongest build is the Hoover Dam. That was a satisfying one. Build can eat the most hot dogs at the state fair? Ooh, good question. I suppose I'll answer that way, anyway. So, like, in terms of highest potential damage ceiling, farming high chaos chamber in the funniest way. Funniest, you can do Spirit Swarm, and you can have just a pet that's a bunch of bugs that ticks for more damage than everything in the game combined has HP. That's pretty funny. In terms of, like, practical efficiency, then a Berserker Stabomancer melee build, and I mean, like, actual melee, like, going up and hitting things in the face with your heavy object, that is probably the most efficient thing towards the peak of available damage. I personally, if I'm just trying to chill and also be very efficient, I like playing Deadshot Spellcaster builds. So, Spellshot, Graveborn, Ambihextrous, Pure Spells. That's a very powerful build archetype. Lots of options for good spells to use. So I'd say one of those three things. Either Blightcaller Spirit Swarm stuff,
That works on you.
Frost Shiver melee, or Deadshot spellcasting.
Taste the void.
But there are many, many powerful build options in this game. Mythrix would be proud of this challenge run. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Thoughts remind me of Warframe. Still haven't played Warframe. Build like a steakhouse, handles like a bistro. You take it. Thank you. There's a Pup T powerlifting build. Been here from the beginning. Wow. I know you've been here from the beginning. I'm saying hi because I couldn't remember if I said hi to you or not, Ms. Chick. Fine, fine. I'll be less considerate next time. I'm quagmatting at you.
You know what?
Don't give me that face.
Sulking alone in the depths of darkness and honestly food. So me, 1. Life, 0. Yeah, drill, yeah. Whoa.
Problem with my builds, there are too many cool ways to deal damage to end up using them all in each build. Yeah, that's the thing. You do need to zero in and specialize at a point if you want to get good performance here.
Yeah, drill, Vatagan.
They're fighting again. I'm hiding in my room. Just know that it's your fault.
Drill, Waganagal, Vatagan.
Emotional damage. That's what Quagsad is based off of. If you look at it, it's wearing the emotional damage,
Bluey, Niggle,
the
Wanapa, drill.
outfit, the Stephen Heeg drip.
One more for the soul's fire.
Hey, Snowspawn, how you doing? Hitbox moment. A lot of incoming damage here.
Revenge time.
I actually binge watched Steven's shit one time, quality content. Dude's so funny. Highly recommend. It's one of the SMG, 40% melee blade, which is the highest available in the game, but unlike Skulldugger pistols that roll that, if you use a Hyperius SMG, you can keep yourself at low ammo for shell casing ring. Yeah, sorry, I apologize. Spore Fuse still usable. Yes, Spore Fuse has not changed at all for gun builds. It is exactly as viable for gun builds as it always was. It just no longer triggers off of things that are not guns. The biggest downside of Spore Fuse, it's two things. One, good luck rolling it. Two, it forces you to use Barrage, which is the worst action skill in the game.
Wipe your shoes off at death's door.
You say crit damage, one of the most important pieces in any damage formula, at least in BL3 Wonderlands. I wouldn't say that in BL3. I would say in Wonderlands, yes, as Stone's one said. Because a lot of the core important mechanics in this game are crit related. Example, Stabomancer's tree, pretty shit overall. Just not very remarkable. But Alchemical Agent from the Shadows are both directly related to crits. And they carry the tree. Play the angles for Spore Warden. Well, that triggers on crits. Headhunter on Spore Warden. Crits. Double Knot on Spell Shot. Crits. Awe on Clawbringer. Crits. There's a lot of central mechanics that are crit related. Whereas in, say, BL3, melee damage as a whole cannot crit. Novas cannot crit. Several Iron Bear weapons cannot crit. Geist is crits, Salt and Battery crits, yeah, all that stuff. Goodbye. Oh, dialogue skip. So the other one appeared without the first one going away. That was so jarring. I was like, what? I guess I'll wait for him to get over here. Melee viable C100 if you don't have alchemical? Yes. Yes, it is. Goodbye. So for this phase, I guess I'll try Cleansing Flames. He's got fire resist though, so I don't know how this is gonna go. No, it's fine. Yeah, alchemical moment. Easy. Drill took us... We used it once on the ads too, but, you know, one per phase. This is the best one you've used so far. For these challenge runs, yeah. Like, this is... Granted, this is fully geared. I suppose the Storm Dragon's Judgment run was fully geared as well, but I really spent a lot of time optimizing this, and it's... The playstyle is fun as well. Also, you know, this one is with dialogue skip, so... Going into Karnok's Wall at the 1 hour 30 mark is kind of crazy. This game has such cool maps. Map design in this game goes so hard.
Wait, did you die? Oh, so jealous. What's your name?
You know, imagine having a stable bitrate.
Such a dick move. That's the kind of sloppy soul ripping that proves the Dragon Lord isn't cut out for villainy. I'm gonna go kill him. I can't wait.
I still have to wait for this. Save quit. Learning how some of these work under the dialogue skip is in a process. This might be like Mike where I have to. Let's see. Is your max bitrate set to? Low. Because if I set it higher than that, then it gets even worse. I have it set to 3700 max right now, but it still gets throttled down to 2000 sometimes. Like, when it looks real bad, that's usually when it dips to 2000 or below. As my ISP is just that bad. B3 fastest overall clear speed builds in BL3.
I want that.
Lucky 7, and Lucky 7 on different characters.
Whoa. Are you possessing
Ignoring
me?
Lucky 7,
That is so cool.
Rack Stab, Hustler Eraser, Grenade Racks.
I don't know what that is, but it looks rad as all hellfire.
I just want to see what happened there. New PC still in the cards. I still have the money set aside for it. It's just pulling the trigger on that is like, let's just say I have the money set aside, but it would put me in a situation where I do not have emergency money. And there's enough going on in the background, especially this day and age, that I hesitate to make large purchases. It's still part of the plan, but I'm attempting to be responsible. Obviously, if the PC would shit out completely, it'd force my hand. Yeah, there it is. But it is not my hardware causing the stream quality stuff, because it's the entire neighborhood. Like, I thought it was just me for a while, then I actually started talking to people about it. No, it's just the ISP here is shit.
Death's too good for you.
Gun reloaded? Ah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, when I save quit. Good reminder, thank you. Can tell because I'm not getting anxiety from the reload prompt. It's one of those things that I've just stopped seeing after a while. Like, that's why I didn't know it had reloaded. I just don't pay attention to it. Like, along with the new points available prompts from my... How many unspent myth rank do I have? From my 580 unspent myth rank tokens. Mo's not movement speed, that's what hurts her in speedrun. Mo's has a lot of movement speed, it just comes from gear. Like, Mo's with Vagabond is technically the most movement speed. It's just setups that would bother with that, or have the means to do that, few and far between. That's a big part of why the Lucky 7 run is as fast as it is, because not only are you using a Lucky 7, you're also blowing up enemies so fast that you don't have your Vagabond Phalanx stacking interaction interrupted, so you are also just running the fastest of all the characters, as long as you don't get hit. Generally speaking, the slowest speedrun character is Amara, and that is due to cooldowns and damage. Now, that's not the truth in every category. There are some where she's not the slowest, but Amara has the most fourth places of the characters. 4 time trials.
War for the culling.
Whereas Zane has the most first places. Although Moe's might have edged out Zane for the first places, honestly, due to Lucky 7. Like, they can both do it, but she's better at it. Wish they would land. Mara's base, she gets a pass. All the Vault Hunters are good, you know. It's like slowest Justice League member, okay. Still pretty heckin' fast, you know? I didn't expect this section to give me the most trouble in the entire run. I guess it makes sense because all the flying enemies. I didn't fall in the bone hole this time. I remembered while I wasn't looking at the screen. I was like, hang on, I should be looking for some reason. Then I saw myself falling, so I just mantled. Batman doesn't run, he runs a lot. No, Batman advances. Gotta use more menacing words. He advances. He pursues. He stalks. How's the run going? It's going really well, Jacqueline. Until things like that happen. Cleansing Flame still has its issues moment to moment, but we've managed to get a setup going that's got some pretty good support for it. He says the second interrupted slam of the minute. There we go. Got one off. Having ranged enemies and open sightlines like this is difficult. The way my survivability works in the setup is I need to not take constant damage. Like, big hits are fine, but frequent little hits just kind of completely turn off the way I'm trying to live. So, 3 skeletons more threatening than 1 boss, because they're always hitting. Basically, the way I'm living is health regen tanking, largely. We've got a Bronco Buster with a brimming part. So while our ward is full, we get very significant health regen. We have good uptime on our ward being full, but we need to not take damage for a full second for it to regen. And when we're constantly being pelted like that, no work. But the damage of Cleansing Flame is not a problem here. It's actually quite good, especially because Alchemical Agent's in the mix. And our cooldown issue is solved by using a Theurge and an Inflammation. And we get our Inflammation charges back by killing with Cleansing Flames because of our melee weapon enchant. All kind of fits. I'll just cliff you. Oh, you didn't die. Can you please? Awkward. And how do I get back up there? It's gonna be a long trip, isn't it? Oh no, the stairs on this side, cool. Body Rune most optimal for Dire Sack? No. There's several different ways of getting value out of Dire Sacrifice. Body Rune gives you some healing and an extra bonus element. but it doesn't give you much in the way of extra HP, and extra HP is extra damage for Dire Sack. So there's arguments for a few different things.
Real power.
There we go.
Nowhere near as cool.
Okay, this map has definitely been the hardest by far in this run. So I saw someone roll Lucky 7 a few times, came up all 5 each time, so I'm wondering if it wasn't a mod or something. We allow a mod to guarantee optimal Lucky 7 rolls for speedrunning. The condition being you are not allowed to reload the Lucky 7 during the run at any point. Because if you did so with the mod, then it would be giving you an advantage. As long as you don't, then the mod doesn't give you an advantage. It just cuts out the time between runs. Could do couples on the nails like Sora and Riku, and I think the audience would get Kingdom Hearts. It's a good concept, though. Trying to think of him running in the Nolan trilogy. I'm sure he does. Can't think of any scene. End of Dark Knight. End of the second movie.
I'm the only one who reaps around here. Look, I don't want to get into the whole who killed whose dark god thing, but yeah, me, I did.
I post it in Discord somewhere. It's available on GitHub with all the other mods. Explain how to make a racer any good. Seems so situational that enemies line up doesn't seem very practical. Anything with a crit spot. And like it's less for lining up enemies and it's more for using things that have splash radius on them that can weak spot and behave appropriately. Certain kinds of projectiles, when they trigger a racer, they will double dip your damage bonuses, your on-hit damage bonuses, so meaning your splash, your globals, which they doesn't have a lot of, but you know, there's some there. But also your splash radius with stuff with it. This is why the Creamer, for example, and the Yellow Cake are very popular eraser picks, because when you crit with them and you trigger Eraser, you make more projectiles, which can also split and have their splash radius, you know, not added to, but multiplied.
Everyone's weak to death.
So it's not about lining up enemies in a row and shooting them with a regular gun. It's about using projectiles that become new projectiles that go crazy.
More death, Grant. Revenge time.
Stuff like recursion. Yeah, that's an example.
This one, you sure? Vibe is all off.
Oh, I forgot to click the thing. I was waiting for dialogue. I keep forgetting that I have that. I think I like it, though. It's kind of... It feels empty not getting some of my favorite voice lines and stuff, but it makes these playthroughs so much faster. Like, I could do 2 runs in one stream with this pace. Cleanse your flames, alright. Hey, Manigeek. Good to see you. Hope you're well. You working? Ah, you are. Cool. Inflammation you apply on every item before hitting them reminded me basically end up giving 0 exploit their weakness. Inflammation's so cool here. It works really well. Like, it's one of those momentary thoughts I had while I was using Frostburn. I was like, anything else I could use here? Because Frostburn could only get one additional charge apart. I was like, what has more than that? And then my next thought was Inflammation. I was like, oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Right above dying in one.
Because if I kill 7 enemies with 1 Cleansing Flames, I get 7 charges for Inflammation. Recursion setup or Hustler setup. I don't know why you're saying, like, they're different, Huntress. Like, you could use Recursion on a Hustler setup, and that's suggested if you're going to use a Recursion. Bastard, why did you die from 1? Bastard actually taking multiple hits is so toxic. Then we had a hitbox failure. Just... What dotted me? Holy shit. Man, the first Wastard L I've taken in so long. Because hitbox. I'm gonna one-shot him anyway, it's fine.
Ready to burn it all down?
Greatest utility spell ever. Inflammation is so awesome. That is the first Wastard L I've taken in quite some time. There we go. Much better. I call body shot at your base, sounds good.
Picking souls, bodies has always been my passion, but
Too strong and good and handsome. I mean, difficult. You need to nerf him.
magic?
Oh yeah, he still dances. 3% per point with 5 points max, so with 3 main dot elements to be able to, it's up to 45% increase to 5 points. That's crazy. Clip says when you shot the healing barrel, you splash yourself with poison. Amazing. That's tragic. I should have just used inflammation. See, this is what you get for shooting in this game. Never do that. You only shoot to chuck. Or to apply crossbolts.
1000% mess with my soul, get weird with it, please.
Shoot Chuck. Well, don't do that to Chuck. Shooting requires aim and nobody has time to do that. So true, bestie. Hey, you stop licking each other. At least not in chat. US. Yeah. Jail. That shit was so funny. I forgot about that. Oh, that was so good. Came back at the perfect time. In Stray, there's a section where you go to a new area and it shows like the new area name on the screen. It's just jail in massive letters, and it was so fucking funny to me for some reason. Single words are the peak of comedy. Oh.
Real power.
Face remain.
Welcome to the family.
Holding on backwards, yeah, it won't work. That's true. Hitbox moment. So that tells you how much damage the Cleansing Flames Nova does. Like, we missed with the melee, we hit with the Nova, and we saw a 10k fire number and the health bar didn't move. Whereas when we hit with the melee bit, big damage. Even before the dot. I see the Shazam 2 trailer of Fast and Furious Family meme. No. Hey, Pragmatic, how you doing?
Totally. No mortal could possibly ken
Star Wonderland still figuring out what to use. What kind of playstyle you like, Lee?
Takes care of immortal Ken too.
When this claim is actually good, yesterday you sounded more skeptical. Yeah, I spent a few hours last night optimizing and testing and stuff, and it goes so hard. It goes so hard. Because the biggest issues with Cleansing Flames is solving all of its problems at once. You've got the cooldown problem, you've got the survivability problem, and you've got the damage problem. I'm really a big fan of how the cooldown problem was resolved here. Damage was the smallest of the three problems there, because at the end of the day, it is melee, and melee damage is good. Simple as that. We have good old alchemical agent, as you can see. But the cooldown issue we resolved by using a lot of cooldown passives. So we have a double cooldown amulet. We have 5 points in dedication, which is 30% cooldown as long as our ward is full. And we have a Bronco Buster to ensure very high full ward uptime. We've got all that, plus a Theurge. And we're using an Inflammation, so we can trigger the Theurge many, many times. And then on the melee weapon, we get a spell charge back for every melee kill. So it leads to this nice loop where we can just go between the bonk and the fire. Our survivability comes from primarily CCing enemies, but also from health regen. We have the Desperate Enchant on a Brimming Bronco Buster. So basically, if our HP is below half and our ward is full, which is a regular occurrence, we regen 15% of our HP per second. That is equal to Sanguine Sacrament. So it's pretty good survivability. Sounds like a fun setup. It's very enjoyable. We one-shot each phase of Drill, one-shot each phase of Wastard, we one-shot Banshee. And this is C100 Intense. I should have been thinking about Ocelan's builds recently. I noticed someone commented on one of my videos, seeing more build showcases could be cool. Yeah, I agree. Back, welcome back. Post a link to the timestamp of the family thing. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not going to play it on stream, but yeah. The jumping slams are so satisfying. Original pre-release Oslands showcase, Nova Spam Maya almost has 1,000 views. C2. Nice. This is where the survivability. I need to break line of sight. No, not the stairs. No. Stairs hitbox.
Take the void. So glad you respawned. Just when things were heating up.
More fun to have a build that makes you think about survivability a bit. Oh, it's one of the things I really like about Wonderlands as a whole. This isn't a lifesteal game. You actually have to, like, think and adapt. And you can see the impact of that with people complaining about enemy damage. Like, maybe, I don't know. Don't just take it and try to brute force. Or if you're gonna do that, then invest in some survivability. I'd certainly hope that all future Lands titles take the approach of not being like, hey, you could just lifesteal and ignore the entire sphere of having a health bar and what interactions that entails. Really hope they carry that forward. Other thing in BL3 dubbed Mayhem Stairs. It's not quite an accurate name, but there's some terrain on some maps, most notably a Bounty of Blood map, that Flak's hitbox is big enough that they hit the kill box through the stairs. Gravelord? Graveborn? Yeah, Graveborn is still up there for survivability. For sure. Doesn't do that much else well, but if you use Graveborn to support a spell shot, like a spellcasting build, then yeah, you're like one of the tankiest in the game with some of the best damage. Also, that's another setup that doesn't require aim or anything, depending on what spell you use. GGD Stairs too, yeah, that's another one. Discovered that one during a speedrun. I hate the sound of loot enemies. Uncommon gearbox sound design L. Normally they nail it, that one is just fucking grating to me. There we go. That doesn't require you. Yeah, when I run Deadshot Caster, I like running either Frozen Orb or Wicked Gossip, usually, both of which are very not aim-intensive. Frozen Orb, you just gotta go up and give him a hug. Wicked Gossip, you mostly aim at the floor. That looks just like me, for real. I thought you were just doing a portrait of me, CZ. Are you taking it back? Did you not make that artwork just for me?
Good riddance. A plus riddance, actually. Sounds of hell! Save some kills for me, cutie.
This chatter. This fucking chatter. Goodbye. One shot that face. Can you commission it? He said come.
I'm the only one who bleeds around here.
One said come. Did they? Commission.
Sit. Better you stay.
Still one shot that face. It's field 3 curse stuff. Yeah, CZ, the stuff you were posting this morning, I might play some pet flack today. Yeah, that's a fucking sentence. I said it. It's okay, we're not doing the dog shit loader. We're doing the actually good pet flack setup that Boom made that still holds up. Like, I was looking at the skill tree, wouldn't even change the skill tree. Just trying out Bounty Hunter instead of Red Fang. What'd I miss? Flack's pets get the bonuses from Flack's hunt skills, but including the non-pet ones. So like the pre-add corrosive bonus that we do the Bounty Hunter shit with, they get that. And Countess does corrosive damage. So normally that setup uses Red Fang, but I'm gonna try it with Bounty Hunter. See how that goes. How you dodge that attack? They can all be strafed, jumped, ducked, or blocked with sigils, or ranged. There is no unavoidable damage in this game except for Imelda, because Imelda sucks. Dialogue skip doesn't go through this either, but sometimes dive that attack, not consider ducking under it. It's tough, it's Katana, because if you've played Borderlands games, at Lands games as a whole, Wonderlands, I am very consistent referring to as not Borderlands because there's some ideological things that like Borderlands has never taught us to do, but Wonderlands is like, hey, do this, learn it quick or else. But the game kind of hints it with Banshee. Banshee has an attack that, depending on the height she does it, you have to either duck or jump. And then Nightmare brings that back. It's not true. It's impossible. If Imelda just took 2 to 3 seconds longer to port, it'd make a world difference. Really would, Vlad. Really would. Also, if her hitboxes worked, that would be cool too. Dying on the hill that Imelda has a race condition in the teleport code. I'd believe it. At a stopline multiverses. Sounds like a plan.
Every day I wake up and choose evil. Get on my level.
There we go. What if Firewalker was curious why I did run +3 stoke the Embers with +5 fire in the skag done? Only use case I found is UTD shenanigans. Even then, you wouldn't, because if you're using UTD, you are most likely applying through either Fish or Stinger, both of which get Splash. Meaning that base instance is also going to have Skag Den applied. Not to the dot, but like, it's just free damage. There's no real use case for running Stoke the Embers over Skag Den. But it's just cool that it's an option. I guess if you're using, like, completely non-splash stuff, then yeah, Stoke over Skag Den, but...
Pay me back later, okay?
Let me try something. Never gone this way before. For that. It's not faster, just kind of cool. Wait, what? What just launched me? I don't know what happened there. That was odd. I don't know what launched me there. Person, soccer, woman, man, camera, TV. Oh, I forgot about that shit. Who would you say personally had the most fun playing the entire LAN series? Rackstab, because GTD speedrunning is one of my favorite activities. Rackstab is a build that I personally made that had a large impact on the build meta for my favorite character in the series, and Rackstab is also what put me on the map as a content creator, so I have a lot of emotional attachment to that build, but also, it do just be fun. GTD speedrunning? Yes. Guardian takedown speedrunning? I hold the record for True Guardian takedown on Flak. And I have many, many hours in Guardian takedown because it's my favorite activity. Also, Rackstab is just the takedown speedrunning meta for Flak. Big bonk. That was a satisfying one. Say Cleansing Flame is even worse than Barrage. No. No, I said it was second worst. I've been pretty consistent saying Barrage is the worst action skill. I put Cleansing Flames as second worst, but after playing around a lot with it yesterday and optimizing it a lot, and, you know, because it's melee damage, I think it deserves a better ranking than that. In fact, we've been doing quite well with it. One-shot most of the bosses we've run into. I'd say second worst probably goes to Blizzard. It's like Barrage, then Blizzard, then Feral Surge, then Dire Sacrifice, then Cleansing Flames. Isn't Blizzard the worst? No. I am very confident in saying that Blizzard is better than Barrage. Wild, right? But I'm very confident. Best? The closer you get to the top, the less clear-cut it is, because, you know, best is situational. Worst is a little bit easier to put your finger on the pulse of. But best is, like, it's a crapshoot. Like, sometimes it's from the shadows, sometimes it's, Plague Storm. You know, like, it depends on what you're doing.
It set someone on fire day. Like you missed that.
Yo, we got the phase skips. Let's go. Cleansing Flames going crazy. Big bonk. Faster than Chaos 1 Feral Surge. In fairness, I am allowing myself use of all my gear slots, but yeah. So for Bernadette, I think I'm gonna use Storm Dragon's Judgment. Remain thematically appropriate, but, you know, actually be able to hit her. I can just switch back and forth.
I did you a favor. Trust me. That's got another visitor this morning. Waiting sucks.
There we go. Thoughts on influx of modders in Wonderlands. What do you mean by modders? It sounds like what you're saying is people who are using weapons with illegitimate combinations of parts, which is not modding. They are children who discovered save editors for the first time, going crazy. I'd say modder is a positive term. Modders are people who make things like overhaul projects. You know, the modding scene is very beneficial to the community.
Look, I don't everywhere I go, I see people divided. Not because they want to be, because they're scared, angry, or guilty. It's time to fix that. No one has
Plus
to
4 is superlative. Best choice if you want to be forced to do a gun build.
and all it took
Best
was
multi-target,
one
biggest echo procs.
great eviler
Play the angles is
and
really good for the
Moron
same
to
reason
defend.
indiscriminate is good. You can turn single target guns into multi-target guns, and that is very valuable in the context of gun builds. Yeah, I'm talking about the people that one-shot everything, make your frame rate drop to 0. Yeah, that's just some fucking kid who discovered that they can click add part 50 times on a gun to make it have a big number. That's not modding, that's just being an asshat. I think 6 out of 3 Stoke is a merit element to crit setup. No. At least not more than other options. Faster than Chaos 1 Feral Surge, yeah. Best is a toss-up between Dreadwind, Plaguestorm from the Shadows, and Hex. I'd say Dreadwind doesn't enter into the combination with the other 3 strictly because there's some enemies that you just can't hit. Like, it's near impossible to hit the Maker with Dreadwind. There's certain phases of Imelda and Theodore and Redmorn where you're unlikely to be able to land Dreadwind. You can't Dreadwind burn it out without getting launched by Dragonlord, which is possible. It has happened once. You can technically melee Bernadette physically, but you need to get launched by the Dragonlord, and she needs to be flying overhead. It is possible, but it's not a consistent thing. This one, is there a cap? There's always been a cap on that redemption. 5 per person per stream. It's a coordinated tag. Just kind of happens. Got an envy to drop the other day. It's kind of funny to play the angles. She starts drowning in poison. Yeah, it's cool. So yeah, Cleansing Flames. We clicked it 381 times. Now, the time is a lot faster than the other runs because we did run dialogue skip on this playthrough. So we don't have to sit through any of that. But I really like that for challenge runs. Like these are real bite-sized. I can go over the build again. We did it at the beginning of the stream, but I can go over it again for anyone who came in since then. Our dialogue skip mod available. You just have to move one file out of a folder and then it just does it. It's quite nice. Second ring slot unlocked. Pog. Let me get into the Chaos Chamber room before I go over the build.
Mike said you could upgrade some of my stuff.
Two NVs both from LeChance, which is one more than the amount of source solution I got from him because RNG be wacky. It do be like that.
I've been told to come here and ask you about changing my, professional skill set. Right, secondary class. I was trying to be cool and roleplay, but I guess you aren't? Is that allowed? I hope you understand the gravity of me saying you are giving me spine chills, so I'm gonna go.
Izzy hate Izzy? Why do you hate Izzy? I love Izzy. She's so creepy and weird. Like, loathe her being? Why? Okay, so, build breakdown. Skill tree first, since it's a little more straightforward. She just sucks, but why though? She's a Moxie stat. You can like two things. You can support both queens. So yeah, Clawstalker is the multi-class of choice here. Reason being, since Cleansing Flames is, well, the part of Cleansing Flames we care about, the part that's worth anything, is melee damage. The Nova sucks. We don't pay attention to that. It sucks. It's like when your Fate Maker does this, that animation. As soon as the hammer hits, you get two things. You get the Fire Nova, which sucks. It's terrible, completely worthless, irredeemably just awful. But the melee hit is melee, so it has potential. Also, it's a much higher base damage, but you get a better formula for it. You get better crit support for it. And melee that crits does Alchemical Agent, which is one of the best skills they've ever made. Insanely powerful dot. Alchemical Agent dots can also trigger Contagion, which is another double dip off of that. So you can get a lot of damage. If anything doesn't outright die to the hammer, then the dots will kill it. So the skill tree is set up to give us maximum melee support and also get us that dot support. Over in the Stabo tree, we take the movement speed from haste, we take the status damage and duration for potent poisons, we take exploit their weakness because it's goated. Swift death is good here because global damage is good, and we don't have that much of it. Elusive is a good survivability mechanic, and then of course Contagion Alchemical. Over on the Clawbringer side, we take one Oath of Fire just so that our Shrike bullets and our Wyvern are able to consistently keep the fire part of Awe active even when we're not using our action skill or our inflammation. We go max Oath of Thunder because it applies to the big bonk. Dragon Aura because it's damage. 2 Rebuke to move down the tree, but also for a little bit of survivability. We go max Dedication for cooldown purposes. Firebolt, again, is just to get the Wyvern to have an additional attack. The gun damage doesn't do anything for us. Storm Breath is good survivability, and it gives the Wyvern a lightning attack, which is good for keeping Awe active. Awe is just one of the best skills in the game, and we use it for not only good crit damage, but also crit chance to ensure that we get as many alchemical agents as possible. And Indomitable is good survivability. Hero points wise, we max Attunement for cooldown. We want fast hammers. Fast. Also running the background that gives plus Attunement. Got max strength because damage, and then the remainder are in wisdom for status damage. And because of the heavy focus on cooldown here, we have a double cooldown roll. So both passes on this amulet are cooldown rate. That's why it combines into one for anyone who doesn't know how that works. On a Theurge. And what this means is we've got 73.3 here. We've got 30 over here. Now, generally stacking cooldown rate is inefficient because like 100% cooldown doesn't mean you have no cooldown. But with Theurge, we shave off percentages of our cooldown each time we cast a spell. And combining cooldown rate boosts with a spammable spell for Theurge, we basically have almost no cooldown on Cleansing Flames at all. And Inflammation, with 2 charge parts, has 8 charges. So we can just Cleansing Flames. Cleansing Flames. Which is really good. Because this thing has a cooldown of 25 seconds. We can shave that down to like 6-7 seconds. And to sustain the inflammation spam like that, we've got this enchant on our melee weapon. This pickaxe is level 1 just because I didn't want it to do damage. Element on it doesn't matter for the setup either, it just happens to be poison. But after getting a melee kill, refresh 1 spell charge. This does apply to when your Cleansing Flames big bonk kills a thing. So if I bonk and kill 6 enemies, if I only had 2 charges left of inflammation, I go back to 8 charges. And Pickaxe is good here, not only because The effect is nice. It gives us even more cooldown, gives us movement speed when we pick up money, but also because of its stat profile. The big thing with the melee action skills in this game, namely Ghost Blade, Cleansing Flames, Dreadwind, Storm Dragon's Judgment, is the stat profiles here. The attack speed doesn't matter for 3 of the 4. It doesn't matter for Dreadwind because it has a fixed rotation speed. It doesn't matter for Storm Dragon's Judgment and Cleansing Flames because they're just instances on the action skill activation. So we don't care about this bit. That means we can go for the 18% crit chance, 150% crit damage roll on pickaxe. It's just one of the higher crit damage rolls you can get across any melee weapon. There's some that go 160, 170, and then Salt and Battery is 200, but all of those have lower crit chance. This is a very good split between crit chance and damage. And the reason why crit chance is good on a melee weapon is because this 18% is additive with the global base of 5%. So with melee, we're working off a base of 23% before our bonuses. So like this 59.3% melee crit chance I have on my armor. Well, that's looking at the 23% base. So it's giving a lot more than it would for, say, guns, where you're going off that base of 5%. That's why gun crit chance is a terrible stat. Melee crit chance and spell crit chance are an amazing stat. So we're able to use that together in combination with a shell casing ring with melee crit chance and keeping ourselves with low ammo. And the stacks for Brutal Stampede and the Stab Out Class Feat and all that. We're able to, when we have our buffs up, hang out at 100% melee crit chance, meaning every Cleansing Flames hit crits, meaning we always get Alchemical Agent. And consistency is one of the biggest things to make sure you obtain in builds like this. Other ring is a Demon Blight to enhance the dot stuff. Bronco Buster's here for better uptime on dedication, which is the cooldown while your ward is full, and also it's good healing. HP regen tank. Brutal Stampede is here because it gives us even more crit chance. The melee damage here is placed favorably in the formula. It is not regular melee damage. And we can stack up Brutal Stampede by throwing our Fear Knots here, which are going to apply our crossbolts as well. So it's just good for bossing. We don't really need to worry about it otherwise, but that's what we do for bossing. And the skills here are just the most favorable combo you can get on a Clawbringer Power primary. Clawbringer Power is important here because that applies to Cleansing Flames. And we're using a Spriggan here, Hyperius SMG, because this is one of, I think, only 4 kinds of weapons in the game can have 40% melee damage. So we just hold this when we bonk, but this is also good because unlike the Skulldugger ones that can roll to 40% melee, we can keep this at low mag indefinitely, allowing us to always benefit from shell casing. And Tootherator for debuffing enemies that the Fear Not can't. It's also a better melee crossbolt than Fear Not. And then Stab-O-Matic was there for death saves. Bit long-winded, but that's the build. If we take a moment, almost a year after launch, time is crazy, to say once again the class power system was fucking genius. The class power system's incredible. The skill trees, the class power, large parts of the itemization, they did a lot right with this game. Ah, yes, the build. Unrelated, does ability damage help from the shadows in any way? It does not. It does not. Stab-O-Mancer has absolutely nothing in its kit that benefits from ability damage at all. Spell Shot only very indirectly benefits from ability damage. Like, the immune damage on Polymorph, when you polymorph a target that can't be changed into a Skeep, I think that scales with ability, but nothing else Spell Shot does. You'd have to get, like, Blast Gas from Graveborn to have any sort of ability damage scaling. So those two classes just don't ability damage. Like the majority of your weapon slots aren't even legendary items. Yeah, because there's choosing which items to use as a build crafter is about what that individual item brings to the table. Rarity is a system that, like, I suppose this is part of why the pearls are dumb discussion never goes anywhere. Because rarity inherently doesn't mean anything about the value of an item. It's just a loot beam color to, broadly speaking, tell you how likely that thing is to drop. And whether or not it's likely to have a loot source. That's all it means. Legendary does not mean better than purple in the context of how these games function. Not inherently. So you look at what the item does. Tootherator is the best at what it does. It is the best crossbolt weapon that is inferior for melee builds in the entire game. And it's completely fixed parts, and it does what it does at any level. It is one of the most reliable and consistent things in the entire game. It's even a quest reward. Tootherator is amazing. Gets overlooked because it's blue. This is a stat stick from a specific combination of parts that isn't available on legendaries. There's very little inferior representation with legendaries for unconventional chucking modules, so you gotta use non-unique for this. Last rights goes hard. Let's do the tutorial here. So while we do this Chaos Chamber tutorial, just so I can do the chamber normally on this save, what do you guys want to see next? Do you want me to start setting up the Blizzard save? Or whenever I decide to do that run? Or do you want to see the pet flak signs that we were talking about a bit earlier that I want to visit? There's a new discovery that might be useful.
Today's not the day.
Class modder skill, which increases fire damage, reduces everything else later with soaked. That was a common speculation before DLC 2 dropped. People thought they might do something like that. I'm kind of glad they didn't, because it does keep soaked in the space where it is a little more unique. Sniper shotgun. It's a stab-o-matic. It's a face puncher. Also. It's just the face puncher.
It set someone on fire day. Don't let you miss that, right?
The crossbolt skulldugger unique from that Goblin Love Potion quest good? No. I mean, not at endgame. Probably fine in playthroughs. I can't dot that. I have to bonk that.
Real power.
Or do you say something about this I was referring to and the phone rang? My answer was no. It's like, I guess in playthroughs, but it's not necessarily more desirable than anything else. In like non-unique blues of the same weapon type and manufacturer, so no. Oh, I ran right into that barrel.
Revenge time. Suck on cinders.
I don't know, in-game doesn't actually give you a description of what the curses in the chamber do until you pick them. Something pretty much doom your entire run. It would be nice if the tooltip did reflect what they do. That would be cool. BL3 at least had, if you go to the actual Mayhem pedestal thing, which you used to need to use to change your difficulty, very early in the game, there's a list of what each of the modifiers does, which is cool, but to my knowledge, there's nothing like that in this game. The pace of this does slow down a bit when there's less density, which certain maps and mob types just ends up being that way. Congratulations, you survived the Chaos Chamber. So I see 2 for Blizzard, 1 for Pet Flak. Any last minute votes on whether I mess with Blizzard or mess with Pet Flak on stream? Note that the Blizzard stuff would just be me setting up a save for tomorrow. The BL2's unique's good chunker, as good if not better than most legendaries and pros. Yes, that game has a horrible, crippling case of rarity, meaning absolutely fucking nothing. Exception of Seraph's. Seraph's goated rarity. Clearly defined. Well done. Pet Flag, to be honest. I'm leaning Pet Flag, but I'm a man of the people, so I will set up the Blizzard safe. So the biggest thing is, Blizzard is not going to be Cleansing Flames. It's not going to go C100. So I'm thinking, shoot for C50 the same way I did Dire Sacrifice, the same way Feral Surge could have handled C50. So yeah, Dire Sac and Barrage I did on 50. We'll do Blizzard on 50. Godfall Rarity System good? Yes. Yes. Let's figure out which save I'm going to do this one. So most likely this is going to be Frostwilder. So we can have Blood of the Fallen to keep Blizzard going for a long period of time. That seems like the play. I just need to find a save to, like, appropriate. Here is a Blizzard save. What was I doing on this one? It was old. Stacking loot luck increase your odds of getting more legendaries as opposed to epics or better quality epics legendaries. Better odds of getting higher rarities. Is Blazestorm and Bog Totem viable due to cooldowns? No, both are viable. I would say, you know, if you had to make me pick which one is blanket better, Plague Storm, but both are viable. Okay, what was this save? Oh, let's try. Okay, this is a good foundation. Good foundation. Yeah, okay. So this Cape of Tides is gonna stay. Because Cape of Tides with Blizzard just makes sense. It'd be between Cape of Tides and Mosquito, I think, and like I try to avoid Mosquito if I can. And viability for your skill only runs. Plague Storm would be awkward because less the cooldown micro and more the duration. Like you can't end Plague Storm once you start it. So if you kill all the enemies there, it's just stuck there before the cooldown even starts. That's the problem. So it'd be a very slow run. It'd be me waiting for Plague Storm to end after every single encounter. How old is this build? It's old. This had to have been... I think this is when DLC 3 had just come out, J-Bridge. So, July, June. Bog Totem for a action skill only run would be good. It would be good. Especially with the Theurge Inflammation tech. That'd be quite good. When Blight Collar came out, Bog Totem was like most of what I used in the playthrough. So I could go Tidebreaker here and then not run Cape of Tides, but... I could go Brutal Stampede again with, Furiors. Like, that's just a good way of adding damage to things. But I'm thinking maybe we go for something more flavor-wise. Kind of like what we did with Dire Sack, where it wasn't 100% optimal choice making. It was for flavor. Skill tree. Does this work for what I want? Blood of the Fallen is a big thing, so we can keep uptime on Blizzard. It'll extend the duration, but also refund the cooldown. It's not area damage, which is tragic, but is what it is. There's not a lot in this tree that even helps. I guess I would want Bounty of the Hunt. Yeah, we'll respec. Always unyielding. Unyielding is way too good to not take. Cold Snap will get us more Icebreaker. Take the old ways. Blood Frenzy, Relentless Rage, Armored Defense. I'm gonna try not to shoot or melee if I can avoid it. So we'll avoid as much of that as I can. I guess that still results in me taking a point in Ancient Fury, but unless I go Instinct. If I'm gonna do the crossbolt stuff ever, I suppose it wouldn't be for crossbolts here because this is ability and not melee. But I would be chucking for having companions for the purpose of that. So I think on the off chance I go that route, we max Instinct. Blood of the Fallen, Bounty of the Hunt, Affinity, for sure. Medicinal mushroom, windrunner. I guess here, Kindred Heart makes the most sense. Spore Cloud did prove to be useful, must say. Yeah, we can't get Wrath of Nature in tree if we take Blood of the Fallen. That's fine, because we can get it from armor. Because we want Spore primary armor anyway. So I guess I'd want the other Spore skill on this. Let's see what we're doing with this. Attunement, because Protagonizer, of course. Chaotic, yeah, this is old build. Not doing dot stuff, so Wisdom doesn't factor in here. Constitution would be good for survivability, because this isn't an armor defense setup. Intelligence. I don't know what I'm doing with my spell slot yet. Like, do I go a spammable spell in Theurge? Do I just go Protagonizer? I have Blood of the Fallen, so... I feel like maybe in this slot we end up with an Ancient Pickaxe again. Probably a faster swing speed one. Insight Ring, maybe okay. Probably Shell Casing again, though. Ability Shell Casing with duration rolls. Background be modified save editor? Yes. What else do I have on me in this slot? Questionable things. Okay, so this is staying, this is staying, this is probably staying. Probably change the rings. That's staying. Unequip all these. Guess I could keep a last rites equipped for the swag. Yeah, background doesn't mean as much as... Like, background means next to nothing for min-maxing. It is nearly nothing. So tiny as to be negligible. Like, even with access to save editing and stuff, there's some of my builds that I haven't bothered to change the background just because it doesn't matter. Honestly, not a big deal. Okay, what do we figure weapon slot wise? Something to keep shell casing procced, I guess. And something for death saving. I don't want to use the ice spike because, like, I would keep using the ice spike. I keep thinking, I keep arriving back at Brutal Stampede Tidebreaker. I guess I should just go with my instinct. I need a Stampede of appropriate parts. Yeah, we'll go with shell casing there. And stick with body rune. I have to remember information. This game's heavily outdated. Yeah, of course. It happens with release of every lands game. A lot of people get a influx of information that is later debunked, and they have no way of knowing what's what. Looking through this for inspiration. Also to see what Brutal Stampedes I have. I need one with... I could roll Spore Burr on that, right? Yeah. Yeah, Spore Burr Stampede would be good. Like, I'll put that in the bag. Just in case. But I don't plan on using that. I want to try to do this without Mosquito if I can. Goal with these things has been to avoid using Mosquito and Buff whenever possible. Does Spore Blight win over Spore Burr? Because I get those 2 points in affinity. I don't think it does, because Burr power increases in rage. Yeah, I don't think it does. I have a lot of armors in here. Yeah, I almost said Barrage. Blizzard doesn't really have any dot synergy, so that's not something to worry about. Take that out to remind me that I need a Stampede on the save. Tyrant's Truth not applicable here. Didn't really do anything of significant value. Added the snake trash. We're hearing about Spore Fuse change when we're hearing about Mosquito, and I know a little bit about builds I made after I quit playing. Little gameplay experience, and most of that's tainted by slow load times on optimal builds. This game changed a lot week to week for the period where they were very actively, communicating and whatnot. This game changed a lot week to week from March until August. No excuses for me. I'm lost. What are we talking about, J-Bridge? Yeah, this game, it changed a lot week to week. That's why build docs were not even started until pretty late. Still in progress, by the way. Still on the infinitely growing to-do list. No, I'm just being an ass. Oh, okay. Are we hearing auto magic is good? Thinking how the fuck is it good? Because it kills things well. Auto magic is good. Auto magic is good for the same reasons Light Show is good, because it's the same gun, but with tracker darts. That was a grave brutal stampede. Part variance. Part variance goes crazy on the auto magic though. Yeah, that is certainly a thing to be warned about. Okay, so next thing to figure out, enchants. This is one of the reasons Blizzard is pretty rough, because things like this enchant exist. Blizzard's active gain 20% frost damage. This isn't special in any way. It's just the same as the other frost damage increasing enchants. It's not a bonus element to my knowledge. It's just bad. Auto magic, the highest part variance gun in the game. I don't know about the highest. I don't know if I could say that with confidence, but it's up there. I was looking through to figure out what some of the worst offenders were, and it was definitely one of them. Combined with the fact that it's from an enemy with a more crowded loot pool. If you were to farm an auto magic, it would not be a good fucking time. All auto magic's not created equal. But part variance. Different stuff. Like if you get this mag versus this one, this accessory versus this one. Auto magic has a lot of different parts that can change. So you could, for example, have one with a massively bigger mag and terrible damage, to the point where you can have an auto magic that has just double the DPS because of the parts it rolled. Straight up doubled. Feeding the bar brawl right now. Actually enjoying playing Borderlands game with Ocelans, of course. Ocelans with BO2 Wonderlands bar brawl was so much fun. I spent a long time doing that on stream. So I think I go with action skill active. Frost damage for this slot makes sense because that'll always be equipped. It won't drop off. Or I could do that on body rune. That works there too, but like I think I'd rather have desperate there for the survivability. Or do I just go action skill Ellie over here and then keep that there? Maybe that. No, I go action skill Ellie over here. Action skill Frost there, and then Desperate there. Yeah, I like that. Let me actually start changing some of this stuff. Deathless Melee Krieg, nice. Crazy that Cleansing Flames playthrough went as fast as it did. Dialogue skip goes hard. Yeah, so this is going to be the talky theory crafty part of the stream. Has been for a while. Probably a little boring for some of you, but this is how the magic happens. The reason why I got the Cleansing Flames built up to a point where it was doing that well is stuff I tested with previous builds, so accumulation of knowledge and playtime, but also doing a bunch of this and testing back and forth for hours last night. The brain juice being squeezed. Mm-hmm. Okay, so tiebreaker, I think we want 2 charges. Let's check Lululemon. Yeah, I think still 2 charges. We don't want to go to like 3. Or 3 in a cooldown part wouldn't be too terrible. Do 3 total charges and a cooldown part. I guess I'll keep it on level and whatnot. Skill active elemental damage. Desperate on the body rune. Explosion does insane damage normally anyway. Build using the calm to maximize that damage. Also have an explosive Nova Shield equipped on a melee build. Yeah, sounds like that's very good. So we go Cryo on the Protagonizer. Do I go cooldown here? No, I have Blood of the Fallen. I don't really need to go cooldown. I could, but I think I'd rather go damage. I'll make 2. I'll make 2. Make 1 with damage. I'll make 1 with cooldown. I think I'll do a Theurge with cooldown and a Theurge with damage as well. Hey Swin, how you doing? What was the number? What was the number? I don't remember. What was the number? It was less than that because we did more gameplay after that. It was like 370 or something. Cleansing Flames went so hard, Swin. We one-shot most bosses. I spent a lot of time optimizing. It was real good. And the time, we used dialogue skip this time, but the time was 220 something. Notice how don't put Quack on the cleaning rotation unless you want something bonked in on fire. So true, bestie. We're currently putting together a barrage setup for the next challenge run. Not barrage, excuse me. Barrage is shit. I'm never doing that again. A blizzard setup for the next challenge run. By request. So I'm thinking out loud a lot and tinkering. Where in this list is cooldown? Yeah, let's go cooldown. I'm making cleansing performance C100 go. It's really good. In fact, that build's even like good at endgame. Viper, like every boss we hit with it, we did in one phase. Like we one-shot Banshee, we one-shot both phases of Nightmare, we one-shot both phases of Wastard, we one-shot all 3 phases of Drill. Yes, including the fire-resistant one. Barrage shittiest action skill? Yes. Now, I hope to prove that with Blizzard having a good showing. It's entirely likely that that this ends up failing and I end up being wrong and that Blizzard's the worst one, but it's definitely between the two. I'm inclined to believe Blizzard is better because it has fewer structural weaknesses. It's gonna be a secondary class for Blizzard Berserker? Yeah, for Blood of the Fallen for duration. All Spore has is 1 capstone, some movement speed. It's tragic. It's tragic. This pickaxe. Skill active cryo. Need a brutal stampede. Spore burr. Excuse me, bag size too. Oh yes, how could I forget? I mean, it's a good skill on its own. It just doesn't save the class, right? I guess because I don't have the Stampede, we could try the Mosquito because it's what's on hand, but I would rather use the Stampede, and I'm going to work towards getting that. Escapetides have Ranger 13 is Wrath of Nature. Like talking about, Spore has worse exploit their weakness. Obviously, it's best class. So true, bestie. Does take a fair amount of setup to do these runs. I'm just taking care of that now. Armor passives. I guess all damage. Ability crit chance. Ugh. And then there's a dead slot because all damage and ability damage come from the same cluster. I'm not shooting using spells for damage or using melee for damage. Blizzard doesn't get area damage. It's just ward capacity. Wild. Okay, we got ward max, ability crit chance, all damage, yeah. Now, ability crit chance is a terrible stat, but slim pickings here. Okay, so we got skill active cryo on the melee weapon. Use spore emote like the flag purple tree. Yeah. Needs help in action skills, T1, T2-ish, T4, and T5 skill tree. Ugh. We're desperate there. Skill active LE on the spell. What do we go on the weapon? Hi, cat. Let's see what rolls here. Nothing of value. Like, actually nothing. There is nothing useful for this. I guess I have to use the spore specific barrage, or not barrage, blizzard thing on my melee and then run. Ugh. Then I'm punished for swapping weapons. I'm not gonna swap weapons anyway. Who am I fooling? Alright. This is so fucking scuffed. Galactic Cryo there. Don't think I'm forgetting anything. Think that's enough. Hang on. Did forget one thing. Ice Elemental is the only thing coming to mind. Yeah, and that's unfortunate because, like, we are so overloaded in that category, formula-wise. But it's the only thing that makes sense, other than spell cast, damage dealt, and, like, we're not gonna have good uptime on that, I don't think. Yeah, this is what we're kind of forced to deal with. I forgot the rings. That's what I forgot. Let me fix that. Like, ass is nice, but not the point. Get him, Swin. I have a lot of saves. I think it sounds great in any context. It's true, the emotional connect has to be there. Wholesome, I think. So, we can respec again because I don't need Instinct. I would want 2 Blood Frenzy and 1 Savagery. I mean, I guess Ancient Fury, but, like, no. Uh, either of these points do anything for me. Fuck it. And over here... I guess that. I have no idea how this is gonna work out. Let's just see what happens. This is Chaos 50. It kills. Starting to struggle right now because it's not quite staying on them. It's killing. See, we have a lot of duration, so we got time. Where'd they go? Why are they there? What are they doing? Those Dairy Queen lawsuits. See, when they all stack up on one target, the damage actually isn't that bad. Slowly moving forward, impossible to hit. Imagine thinking this is better than Barrage. See, the thing with this, though, is I could be shooting while this is happening. And shooting is better than Barrage. You can't shoot while you do Barrage. Checkmate. Circle enemies while tracking, they should stick them. Should just have bigger hitboxes, honestly. Yeah, this is with Mosquito. The Blizzard does nothing, but at least it leaves your hands free. Uh-huh. Let him cook. Let him cook. Just so you wait until I have Body Rune active. You'll see. You'll all see. It's actually kind of good when she's just chilling there. I mean, good is a strong word. Isn't Soak gonna give you less damage to your Body Rune? Yes, but more from my actual Blizzard. There's nothing else in the ward slot that benefits this setup, so it's still more damage. Oh no, I forgot about that. I forgot about the bug on the Banshee skulls. You can't soak them because that happens. Cleansing Flames look OP, because Cleansing Flames is melee, so it actually, you know, has formula. Yeah, I think because of the low... What is my ability crit chance right now? Okay, so 15%. I think because of that, we're better off going Stampede, as I originally hoped. Because Mosquito will do work when it happens, but I can't guarantee we're having any large amount of Mosquito procs here. Like, that just doesn't seem realistic to even claim. We can just run around killing the skulls to keep it going with Blood of the Fallen. But I cook, sir, it's been 2 hours. Where my grilled cheese? Listen, let it cook. It's still cooking. Ow. Oh, also it ends when you go down. That's kind of a problem. Or we just had the oven, then they invented the slow cooker. It's like Ball, except without the only thing Ball has. Spore action skills, everybody. They're good, except for the part where they're not good. But in seriousness, I do think that one of the strengths of this is, like, I could be shooting while doing this. Now, that does just make it significantly worse Plague Storm, and we're back at square one of why do this, but it is relevant. And when comparing to the other bad Spore action skill, I feel like it's important. Hey, she died. We could Barbaload, and that would help the mobbing, I guess. We might end up going not Protagonizer. We might end up going Brutal Stampede, Barbaload. She died, lowest bar cleared. What do I need to make Plague Storm deal lots of damage on a Shroom Wraith? Other things that do damage. You know how Echo Hilt works? Plague Storm is that in action skill form. Blizzard's an ASA vehicle and it's like Plague Storm, but you're not locked to Blight and can multi-class differently. That's true, but your uptime... I mean, I suppose with this much duration, it's not true, but without those duration passes, your uptime's pretty limited if you don't go Burr. At least Lacerite still kills on this. Lacerites with no gun damage kills better on the Blizzard build than Blizzard does. That's, worrying. See, like, it's good on obelisks, kind of. Hey, saying Wrath of Nature? Yeah, getting Wrath of Nature on everything is good. Just, need to then do damage. Yeah, I'm thinking Brutal Stampede, Barbaload. I need a Spore Burr. I need a Spore Burr Brutal Stampede. It's criminal this doesn't have area damage. Very weird. Very weird decision, that, yeah. Well, I have to say, kinda. Yeah. ASA, Wrath of Nature, Icebreaker, all benefit from Blizzard, but like, why? Yeah, why use Blizzard? Good question. This is what a Plague Storm playthrough would be, by the way. This waiting for it to end so we can start fighting. Because it's still going in the other room. Now our cooldown has begun. I do this. Does this work? Is the urge just not working? Doesn't work if it's already in cooldown. Ah, okay. Gotta swap before it ends. Gotcha. Cannot say I like Blizzard for damage reasons, 100% awareness for animation reason. Awareness is key. This is definitely visually satisfying. I'm in no danger whatsoever. But I'm gonna be toxic and say that I blame this on the people saying Spore Warden best class in the early life of the game. I'm just gonna be toxic and do that. Because this has always been Blizzard. It has always been this. In fact, it used to be worse. It used to be bugged and not be able to crit. It used to be worse. This looks fine. Where's your pixie? Like, even shooting for that brief second just did more. Ugh. I've got to say, it's less frustrating than Barrage. But we'll make a proper judgment once I try with Brutal Stampede. If it still feels like shit with that, then I might have to say that Barrage is only the second worst action skill. Which, huge W for Barrage if true. But I still like it less. Barrel Surge better than both of them? Easily. No contest. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Without question. Not even close. Barrel Surge is way better than both of them. Like, I guess you could do a gun build with this, and then just shoot your typical, you know, Sword Explosion, White Rider type shit, and just have good access to Wrath of Nature, but, like, why? Why would you do that? Oh, I forgot to bottom out my mag before clicking showcasing, before clicking Blizzard. Barrage's second biggest W as well, if you're not last, it's because of Spore Fuse. So fun thing about Spore Fuse, Blizzard triggers Spore Fuse too. So, it's just Blizzard doesn't end as often. No reason thinking you get spicy dot from this with Blight. Not with the amount of damage it's kicking out, no. You'd get high frequency of dots, but none of them would be worth anything. This run would take a long time if we were to do this on C50. This run would be a two-parter. Cleansing Flames could finish the game twice before Blizzard could finish it once. Oh yeah, I went into this room. So, yeah, Blizzard is still active in the other room. I forgot to wait. So, now I need to wait for it to end. Now I can kill stuff. Face off boss times. Yeah, boss times combined with waiting for it to end so I could, like, actually have it in another area. Oof. I know, I shot. No one doesn't count. Are they hitting him? I can't tell. Okay, they are. They are. DLC stuff in Chaos Chamber account-wide too. You need to read it every time. It's character specific. Ah, that means I was going through this so I could spend crystals to try to get a Stampede, but Stampede isn't in the pool on this character. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, hang on. Back to the editor we go. We should be account-wide because WoW fighting Imelda and Bullet Hell's annoying. You realize that would make Imelda and Theodore be account-wide as well, right? You don't want what you're asking for. Also don't want to actually play the mirrors. This way works better because you don't have to deal with those bosses if you just don't play the mirrors on those characters. You can just get the items on other characters and then move them over. But if they changed it to the point where it was an account-wide thing, you would never be able to escape Imelda and Theodore on any of your characters. This gives you an option to opt out. Should just be toggleable. I mean, ideally that's how it works, but we didn't get that. Like, for example, any of my melee builds where I have Imelda and Theodore, I just kind of find myself resetting runs a lot. So on new ones, I just make sure not to do those on that character ever. And we're big chillin'. And we're gonna go all damage here. Okay. So that's the Barbalode. Need the Stampede now. Made my pizza wrong, got ham and pineapple with garlic parmesan sauce instead of marinara, and they just did marinara. Oh yeah, that's a big mistake actually. Ooh. Got to thaw anything out for dinner. Me too. Ugh. I had takeout last night. I don't want to get more today. Fuck. Okay, I'm making an armor. Hang on. Takeout's expensive? Yeah. It's really, really rough. I'm making myself a stampede here for testing. Cannonball are good for dot stuff. Very good for dot stuff. Extremely good for dot stuff. Ranger 13 and Ranger 1. Fair grocery is expensive too. It is. It's a no-win situation, but if you meal prep and purchase frugally, then groceries technically less expensive in most places than I'm aware of, but it's still like really fucking expensive. That's why stuff like HelloFresh is popping off lately. Sorry this is taking so long, chat. I'm triple checking stuff because you have to create items responsibly. Don't want to be like the people making illegitimate shit and spreading that around. I use a lot of reference sheets when I do this. That should be correct. And instead of shell casings, do I want to go for something else? I don't think there's much point, too. Yeah, I could get more crit chance? No, no. I'll just stick with it. As long as I pop my action skill, with low mag, the duration will stay. Okay, so if this doesn't work, then we're going to be looking at either introducing the forbidden spell or dropping the chaos. Oh, first whole business models, let them cook. Saw a tweet with 30 likes and 400 comments. Ah, they must have said some stupid shit. There's no other outcome there. Just adults who enjoy Lego. Why the fuck is it so offensive to some people, like others having innocent fun? Like, like how the fuck is someone playing with Legos a problem to you? Who has the time to do that shit? Oh? Oh? Popping off? Popping off? Stampede the way? Yeah, Brutal Stampede is the way. Hey, Bizarre, how you doing? See, this is so much better. Do we run an Echo Hilt here so I can fudge some single target? Yeah, the mobbing's a lot better because Barbalode. And that sustains the blow to the ball and pretty well. It's definitely better. See, this is one of the reasons why I'm not as forcefully opposed to Mosquito as I was before it was adjusted, because it wouldn't have been competitive back then, but now it's like, sometimes it doesn't win. Banshee again? Fuck off. Waiting for the end. Love Lego so much. Lego video games are fondly remembered part of my childhood. To this day, I have to stop myself from buying new Lego sets. Not because I think there's any stigma attached to it or anything, it's just because I don't have fucking room for that. And also, I don't trust Jake to not eat them. And also, I would spend a lot of money. I guess for bosses I can switch back to Protagonizer. Actually, I like that idea. I'm gonna... Oh, it's kind of hard to die. Kill me! I want a do-over. I've not played that one because of the first part of that sentence, bizarre, but I'll take your word for it. See the Forspoken PC specs? Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be able to stream that on my PC. My PC is like between the minimum and the recommended. So it can run it, but I don't know about streaming it. This is definitely way better than the other setup was. But it still struggles. Having kill skills, namely body rune, would help a lot here. Sure this is better than Barrage? We're not sure. That's why we're testing. If you are not doing anything except Blizzard, Barrage is likely better. But I think it's a big thing to consider that Barrage does not allow you to do anything but Barrage, but Blizzard allows you to do other things. So, like, I could just be shooting a gun this whole time, right? That would definitely make Blizzard better. But is that fair in the context of how we've been doing these action skills? I don't know. It's a question to ask. Like, I could just sit here shooting the last rites and it's like double the DPS, but oh, I forgot about that. So yeah, I think this puts itself in an area where I'm either going to need to bring in the Forbidden spell, start shooting guns and or casting spells and or swinging melee weapon while Blizzard is active, or lower the chaos level. Which would you guys rather see to make this work? Introduction of Buffmeister, me doing other things while Blizzard is happening, and, you know, making it a gun build, for example. Or just me going on a low enough chaos level that this is viable. This is chaos 50, by the way. I was trying to keep it on even ground with Barrage and Dire Sacrifice, but stick to the challenge, introduce Buffmeister. Because I could just get soaked with the Delusion and try that. I want to say shooting guns, depends on how much you want to lean into the action skill, only part of it. I want to use the action skill itself, but like, there's no wrong answer here, right? Because Buffmeister would let me do action skill only, but we would fully know that Buffmeister would be carrying. So, like, how does that affect the results? We could shoot guns, but then that that becomes a case of, well, we know the sword explosion does good damage. What are we learning here? Do revolt your gland. Buff is admitting utter defeat, hold off at all costs. Just moves forward and basically no survivability in the tree. I mean, you have Mushroom Taunt, which is actually quite good. It's just, the problem is Mushroom Taunt does not have what made Flak Taunt a good standalone. Like, if Flak had only had, Pet Taunt and nothing else for survivability, that would have been fine, because you could trigger it on demand. You do not have control over when the mushroom taunts. It just happens. There's no trigger for it. Just every 20 seconds, it might decide to do it. With that being the only survivability you have other than the Pet Revive, which is something Flak also had, yeah, Spore just doesn't have survivability. Like, the damage reduction from Called Shot, no. No. Even if that was always on, it would be bad. Like, yeah. Real talk, I think buff's justified for this. Flathead fucking flaw. I see it the other way around, to be honest. Using guns means the core of the challenge is kind of gone. Buffmeister just helps the challenge further. Do we make a poll for this? You guys want to vote? I'm leaning towards the buff solution, but you guys want to vote? Alright, I'll make it. Why is that option gone from my dashboard? Twitch, when did you do this? I had to add the button again. Hang on. Alright, I'll leave it running for 3 minutes. There you go. There's the bull. I will quag, and I'll run to the bathroom too for good measure. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Wag. Add a pet flag option. I do want to do that, but I want to figure this out first. I want to have this save, like, prepped to a point where basically what I do is I set up the build, and then on the day I'm going to do the run, I just make a copy of the save and then do the TVHM thing to it. And then we just go. So I want to at least have that ready. I mean, I could finish it up tonight and just do some Pet Flag to close out instead, but... Hey Sora, how are you? Ooh, overwhelming buff majority. Okay, I don't think I need to wait for that one. Made it so Pyro Pete moves 2.5 times faster compared to Vanilla. Actually feels like a threat now. Yo, that's so sick. Yeah, you need movement speed if you want to kite him. Ka-chow zap, cry Buffmeister. Yes, sir. Actually. Is Buffmeister with a Blizzard run? We just voted on it. I just did a poll. I provided 3 options for what people would want to see for the challenge. Whether they wanted me to introduce shooting guns, whether they wanted me to add Buffmeister, or whether they wanted me to lower the chaos level. So the people decided, keep it on C50, introduce Buffmeister, see how that does. Frost. Nice, CZ. Gotta make a BM now, yeah. I still maintain that Buffmeister is a mistake that it was ever made, but may as well take advantage. Guns and lowering are nice, ultimately just a different way to not use buff. Just made most sense to make an exception to the rule. Yeah, the logic is sound. The logic is sound. Chow zap. What do we go parts on this thing? Do we just go triple spell damage? Just try to maximize the value, or do we try to get like an extra charge, some duration, some cooldown? What are we thinking? Guns and lowering mean you can use not Buffmeister totally different. Right, but it means I'm also not using Blizzard. All 3 of those options, 2 of those 3 options involve me accepting that I'm not going to only use Blizzard. The third one lets me use Blizzard, but I have to lower the chaos level. So, you just go charge duration. Chilly, dare I say? Ooh. Tell me more. Boost ability damage. If you have Ka-chow, yes. Did it for Barrage? I don't know. Barrage I did on C50, J-Bridge. We're talking about lowering it from C50. This isn't C100 you've been seeing. This is C50. Like, I was trying to keep it all on C50 for the similar-ish things. Like, I might go back and do Feral Surge on a higher one, because I think it was too low. Like, it is struggling. So we'll see how this goes. problem with doing these strikes is they might actually kill the boss now. Do I go Hydras and toss them off into a corner somewhere? I might have to do that. Cleansing Flame gone. Oh, we finished that a while ago, and my Cleansing Flames absolutely destroyed the game. We're setting up Blizzard now. Curse of Malice decent? Yes, I like Curse of Malice a lot. Good spell. Cleansing Flames went incredibly hard. I'll make a copy of this, and we'll go... Which type mod number is Hydra's? Is it 1? Is Hydra's 1, 3, or 4? Remember offhand? Stone or CZ? I'll just make all the above. Didn't catch that. Just trying to figure out which type mod number for which Chuck module, but I just made all of them and see which one's which. That one's a pixie. It was the one I didn't make. That's crazy. I guess it was the one that I had ruled out. It'd be like that sometimes. Down for Back for Blood tonight? Possibly. Likely. I plan on hanging out in Discord either way. So. Yeah. Is it that one? I've never made a Hydra gun with a editor before, so uncharted territory. Never really used Hydras in a build outside of leveling before. This should be it. No? Okay, well I give up on that. Surely. We have that. Figured I had to have had one somewhere. Yeah, I don't know what part combo you need for that to happen, but we got it. Doesn't matter. Do I have a Twisted Delusion? Do I have one in my bank? Please say yes. Unfortunate. Almost clicked desktop. Not trying to rage quit yet. Not new game. Appreciate seeing a Hyperion shotgun in your inventory. Yeah, I never used those, so I figured it'd only be fair. Hyperius. Actually. Alright, so the idea here is to use the Hydras because they're less likely to kill things. The protagonist. Oh, that's not the right one. Oh, it's killing. Get out of my deleting your own message from your alt. Amazing. Yeah, I mean, this makes it work. My aim's off. Oh, I see you. Let's try skeet. We're gonna skeet a little bit and see how that feels. Mosquito mantle? No, it's skeet skin. Bad Gamer was my nickname in high school. Oh, I'm sad now. That is sad. It's my nickname now. Damn, appropriated. It'd be like that. Bad Video Gamer. Ooh. Yeah, I'll go on one target. Like, it's moving. Yeah, I don't think Skeet's the answer here. It's just not consistent enough. Alright, we'll go back to Brutal Stampede. And make a bunch of Hydras in a corner. It's pretty shit. Our buff's off right now. This is rough. Not trying to say it's bad, but I think we're this Blizzard IRL. This is pretty shit. As you can tell from the original state of the save when I hopped on it, the last time I had played with Blizzard was at C35, and at the time it like felt better, but I suppose that didn't stay true to C50. I admit defeat. I guess Barrage is only the second worst action skill. Just wait till you get to the Bone Bar. Just wait. We'll have damage then, Copium. Like, that's with Soaked, Buffmeister, Brutal Stampede. Very well-rolled gear. And it just does that. Ugh. Yeah, like, for reference, for everybody, it took less investment than what we have now to make Cleansing Flames one-shot every boss in the game on C100. And we are struggling to get Blizzard to kill Parasite on C50. Bubblegum and Marceline? Ooh, that's a good one. That is a good one. Look how much more damage me shooting does. Look at this shit. When I tried to make Garcia fun on M11. Garcia actually does work on M11 though. That's a separate thing. Could an easier boss like Wastard. Wastard would unironically be a faster kill than Parasite because he moves less. Crazy. We can't make fun of Cleansing Flames anymore? No, I'll show you. Cleansing Flames goes hard. We'll go back to the good action skills. Should you playthrough on C20? I'd rather go down to 35 first, see how that shakes out. Cleansing Flames be going dummy hard. No, as long as I don't get fucking Imelda. See, Cleansing Flames one-shots the room. $35 Primordial? Yeah. And before Imelda, don't you wish that evil on me.
Thanks for the hug, Dad. Let's do it again soon.
Not the barrel.
Now the pow!
Not the hitbox. Where are you, Frieza, please? Oh, there you are. I should ping you so I stop losing track. There we go, we actually hit him that time. It's a non-chaos playthrough, I'd easy to look halfway decent. It'd probably be fine with all that investment, like C20. I'm unsure how it would look on C35. Okay, ready? We're gonna one-shot Zomboss. Never mind, hitboxes. Doesn't count. We didn't even hit. There we go. There's the damage. There's the damage. Yeah, you can't hit enemies on stairs. Cleansing Flames. They're weird. Not a one-shot. Sad. Oh, we two-shot.
Taste the void.
Yeah, I'll probably do the pet flack stuff off stream. Tomorrow will be Blizzard, and then I'll figure out what else.
Like it'd be that easy to stop me.
Yep.
The bleeding was so awful.
Ooh, Lastard. Yes, 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 yes. Dot, you got me? No? I want a better hit. That's to trigger Caustic. That's for Stampede stacks. There's the bulk. Yeah, we're burning him with the bird alive. It's funny. Cleansing Flame's bad, didn't one-shot Lastard. I did forget to account for Chaos Chamber enemies are slightly higher level than playthrough ones. So we're also just chilling. Look at that, we're disrespecting the burb.
In my own house. Shatter.
Perhaps most importantly, this build is badass. I do want to try a version with optimized for Storm Dragon's Judgment. This is different than my Storm Dragon's Judgment build. Different tech happening. So I wonder how well that would do.
I'm so
I suppose. I probably still have, since this is a copy, right? Doesn't have the cooldown roll, but I think that's fine. Let's see what happens with that.
respond. This spark plug.
Oh, that wasn't him. I'm curious. just kind of spam it. It's extremely spammable. Today's been a lot more freeform than I normally am with these streams, but I don't know. This is how I play this game off stream. I just kind of practice with things as well as that. Inflammation. Doing Dragon Judgment. Yeah, I just figured I'd see how the Cleansing Flames build framework lends itself to that. It's cool, because I can just spam the throw. It's already fast cooldown. We made it even faster. Parkour. Yeah, obviously Storm Dragon Judgment is just a better action skill than Cleansing Flames. Definitely the coolest skill in the game, maybe tied to Plague Storm. I'm a huge fan of it as well. The cool thing with this build is we can switch as necessary. Like, we don't really make any different skill tree decisions here. Like, I can just go back over to this, and then we could go to the lightning one on the fire face. Like, that just does the thing there. But multi-use builds, we do.
Finally!
Guess I put this on for this phase. And this is very inefficient to keep swapping like this. It's just fun. Big bonk. Look at that, it does so well. Back to lightning. Not that one. That one? Yeah. I suppose I'm not applying soaked either, because I don't have delusion equipped on this save. For the throw.
Tell death I said sigh! Take storm!
Big ol' whackus bonkus. Fun stuff. Clawbringer good is the TLD I heard. Clawbringer good, Spore Warden bad. No, it's more like Storm Dragon Judgment incredibly good. Cleansing Flames can be made to be good. Blizzard is just... There's only so much you can do when something is so weak. Barrage with hyper-specific gear can be made to be okay. Blizzard's just not. It's not. But yeah, also Spore Ward and bad. Anyway, I went a bit longer than I intended to. But I hope you guys had a good time. Tomorrow. What day of the week is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday. Attempt the Blizzard run tomorrow, I suppose. And we'll see what happens after. Yeah, copy that. That'll be raid message. If you got the emotes. Let's see who's live right now. Thanks ever for hanging out. Means a lot. Always appreciated. Lazy doing more Dragon's Dogma. Tizzle's playing some Terraria. Pascaroni's over on Far Cry. Liz is playing Overwatch. I haven't rated Pascaroni in a minute. Let's change that. Okay, y'all probably know Pascaroni. Wonderful human. Good vibes over there. Let's just go over there, hang out. Something I'm trying to do more of in 2023 is something I told myself I'd do in 2022, and I started doing. Just like promoting my friends more aggressively. So yeah, Pascaroni, super good guy, and do the thing. Yeah, bacon enthusiast. It's the most important part. And have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you guys tomorrow for Blizzard Suffering.